So Singapore are in their change strip of white jerseys, Malaysia in their familiar red jerseys. This is the playoff games for the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, better known as the plate competition. And as we look at the pitch,
and I'm really looking forward to today's competition and to know more about the rugby competition today.
So that is my co-commentator Molly.
Yes, right. Hello everyone.
We'll get more into Molly when we get to a break in the play. So Singapore kicking off right to left. So early possession for Malaysia inside their own 22. Immediately having a go and the ball hits the deck. Singapore hack it forward, dangerously close to in goal. And it looks like the touch judge has given touch, so 5 metres out. And it will be a throw in for Malaysia. So Malaysia claim the line out, the ball's loose on the floor. Singapore doing everything they can to make a mess of this. The ball just in the field of play. Malaysia with a long way to go to clear this. They hack it into the breeze, but the referee has blown for an infringement.
So, Cookie, may I ask a more question? Like, is that people agree or are the judges for the competition?
Yeah, the guys in green are the match officials.
Okay.
And our referee is Sunny Lin for this first game.
Okay.
We've got an injury to one of the Malaysian players early on in this game. So the referee has called for time off.
Okay.
So after overcast skies here yesterday, throughout the day and rain, we've got blazing sunshine here today, which is much better for keeping the wet off my commentary sheets, but trying to see the monitor in the sunlight is a really difficult thing. So we're restarting with a scrummage, and Charlie Chong Yao puts the ball in as Singapore swing the ball from left to right, get the ball into the hands of Adam Vine, and that is an early score for Adam Vine. Singapore score the first try on day 2. A really well-worked move there from Singapore, just very simple. Swung the ball from left to right, and Adam Vine just used his pace to get round the outside of the flailing Malaysian defence. So now we have Mara Ishraf with a decent kick. So much the same as yesterday, there is a breeze blowing at the backs of the Singapore team, giving them a slight advantage here. And as we see, Adam Vine in for the score, just getting around Nazruddin there. Singapore high hanging kick. Wan Omar takes it to the line, drives hard, and now Malaysia looking to the outside here. Looking to stretch the Singapore defence out on the right flank here. Carries that hard into contact and eventually gets himself to the ground. And now Malaysia bringing it all the way back to the left flank. Oh, some really good work there from Zamri. Oh, great feet. Does he have the legs to go all the way? And he does. So Zamri there from the Serang Angels Club. A really fantastic individual score there. Absolutely stretched the defence there and touches down. So 5 points apiece with the kick to come.
Let's see the score. 3 minutes left. Singapore, Malaysia.
And the conversion is good, so Malaysia storm back into the lead. 7 points to 5. We'll now come back to halfway. That was a fantastic individual score there by Zamri. Now Zamri kicks off. High, hanging kick straight up the middle. And Malaysia have come up with it. And Nordine takes full advantage of that and goes straight through for the score. So after coming under some early pressure and conceding an early score, Malaysia have stormed back into this game, now taking the lead 12 points to 5 with this kick to come. And the kick is good. 14 points to 5 with about 2 minutes to play in this game 1. So playing for a place in the plate final later on this afternoon.
The player first.
And that's a pretty average kick-off there from Malaysia. Had some real opportunity to really put some pressure on Singapore there, but free kick to Singapore as they bring the ball out to this right flank. Jami Abdullah there carrying it hard to the line. Now Singapore swinging it all the way. There he is, Papa John Wong. So Charlie Chow Yong gets the ball off to Jimmy Abdullah, making some steady progress inside the 22. And now Singapore with men over, but they throw the ball onto the floor, which gives Malaysia a chance to reorganise. But now Singapore streaking out. Papa John Wong gets the ball to Jami Abdullah. But AR Sonny Lee has basically asked for that one to go upstairs to the TMO. Look for all money like it was a good score. Papa John Wong giving the final pass there to Abdullah. And referee Sonny Lin looking upwards towards the big, massive video screen that we have away to our right-hand side here. And looks like he's receiving word from the TMO. Just to explain, Molly, they have a television match official. So from time to time, the referees will ask the television match official to review a video to see whether or not there was some foul play, and in this case they're checking to see and make sure that the player did not put their foot out of play before placing the ball down. So as you can see, Sonny Lee there holding a finger to her ear, trying to hear what the TMO is saying. So we're right at the end of the first half here. So it looks like the try has been awarded. So Singapore clawing their way back into this game with the kick to come. And that's a pretty decent effort from the touchline, but just slides away to the right there. Jeffredin from the Saints Club, and there goes the hooter, but there will be time for another kick-off and a final play in this first half. High hanging kick, but it evades everybody and goes directly to touch. So referee Sunny Lin blows for half-time. So we have a 2-minute break as Malaysia leads Singapore 14 points to 10. So this gives me an opportunity to properly introduce my co-commentator for the day, Molly.
Hello.
All the way from Hangzhou. If you want to
Right.
tell us a little bit about yourself, Molly.
Yes, right. Well, actually, I'm very excited to be the commentator for today's competition. And so, Cookie, welcome to Hangzhou. Well, is that your first time to come here, or?
It is my first time to Hangzhou.
Oh, really?
I arrived yesterday morning. I
Wow.
took the overnight high-speed train all the way
Wow.
from Hong Kong.
Wow,
And,
great.
10 hours, and I arrived here at 5:30 in the morning.
Mhm.
Fantastic service, and I thankfully slept most of the way, so I arrived well rested.
Wow, you seem very, professional for the rugby competition. So, are you athletes before for rugby, or you seem very experienced about that?
Indeed, it was many years ago.
Many years ago.
There were still dinosaurs roaming the earth when I played the game of rugby, but yes, I played in the UK.
Wow.
And then when I arrived in Hong Kong, I immediately started playing club rugby, and I had what we call an Indian summer to my career.
Right.
And ended up in the Hong Kong national squad.
Wow, that
for
sounds
2 or 3
very
years
amazing.
before my age got the better of me, and I had to retire.
So how many years have you played rugby?
I started probably playing almost 50 years ago.
Wow.
So
When you were a middle school student.
I was a small child at the time, but yeah. So now we're getting back to the rugby action.
Wow.
With Malaysia about to kick off, now going from right to left, and
Dart.
Wong catches that ball and immediately carries it into contact and keeps his arms free. Singapore come away with this ball, just a 4-point deficit, 14-10 to Malaysia at the moment. Singapore look to stretch Malaysia out to this left flank. Really powerful run there. Some good, tidy contact skills there from Singapore looking after this ball. Oh, fantastic pickup off his feet or off his toes there.
China.
Singapore playing with advantage now as they swing the ball. Carrying it forward, Charlie Chong Yao. And he bounces immediately up to his feet again, having been tackled. The referee now takes it back for a penalty, having adjudged that the player lifted the opposition player over the horizontal in the tackle. And Singapore, although they have the penalty, they opt to take the scrummage. So
the referee seems
pretty fast and furious start to the second half of this game.
they are very interested in experiencing Hong Kong China rugby.
So the ball now back with Singapore, and they bring it out to this left edge. Adam Vine, scorer of the first try for Singapore, carries it into contact, but not rolling away, and Jeffredin goes quickly, puts on a goose step, lets the ball go, and immediately gets the ball away to Ishraf. So a really bright start, but Malaysia come away with this, and this could be coast to coast. Charlie Chong Yao gives away a penalty with a high tackle there. Seatbelt tackle.
Tightly.
And Malaysia really putting the heat back on, having defended hard there, and they come away with this. So Malaysia carrying the ball into contact there. Midfield, and yet another penalty. That's 3 penalties in a row now that Singapore have given away. Malaysia go quickly. Oh, a huge hit there. Charlie Chong Yao absolutely poleaxed his opposite number there. Malaysia go quickly. And one Omar there. And just an easy run around there for Zamri. There was a really big contact there. Charlie Chong Yao absolutely poleaxed his opposite number there. But in the end, Singapore ran out of numbers. And Zamri just strolled around for an easy score. Taking Malaysia out to a 9-point lead, 19 points to 10. Charlie Chong Yao with a huge hit on the Malaysian 22, and he's still feeling the effects of that. Got absolutely blindsided, and a decent strike, but the conversion is away. So with 3 minutes to play, Malaysia have a 9-point advantage, so 2 scores required by Singapore if they're going to advance through to the plate final. So Zamri, having scored 2 tries, will now kick off for Malaysia. Coming onto the field, Zak bin Mohammed Zadi.
So I may introduce something about a kickoff. When a player first throws the ball to the ground and hits the ground and hits up to complete the shot, so the goal scores 3 points. Correct.
So Singapore coming from deep inside their own 22. They've got fully 80 metres to go to the try line as they bring the ball across in front of their posts. Side in there. Singapore with some good contact skills here. Drops the ball off to the inside. Getting clean through there, but Malaysia are all over this, and they've won a really important turnover ball there. So Malaysia opting for the scrummage. Just under 2 minutes to go, and a 9-point advantage for Malaysia. And it looks like we've got an injury to a Malaysian player gone down. Seems pretty early in the day to be getting cramp, but looks like cramping, and onto the field Sean comes on for Singapore. Just trying to roll some changes, get some fresh legs onto the field. They really need to try and catalyse a quick comeback. So Malaysian feed here, Zamri already with a double to his name. Oh, and a great line there from Fauzi. They're driving forward here. Oh, and he chips the ball through. And looks like a yellow card. So deemed to have taken the player after the ball had gone through. So Singapore will see out the rest of this game with only 6 men. And another injury here for Malaysia. They appear to be dropping like flies early on day 2 here. So decent crowd already in here at the University Athletics Ground. opting for the scrummage. They have a man advantage. Shauna literally only just came onto the field and has immediately sat back. And a great wide ball there out to EJ Azidad. He is from the Johor Rugby Club in Johor Bahru, at the southern tip of the Malaysian peninsula. And a really good scoot to the right hand side by Zamri. He really has run the cutter in this first game for Malaysia. So taking the final kick of the game, Adam Alias, and it's a good strike, but just drifts away on the breeze, and so 24 points to 10. Malaysia take out the win over their Southeast Asian compatriots Singapore. And they will now progress to the plate final. So a big game there for Malaysia. As you can see the players leaving the field. United Arab Emirates. Please stay tuned.
Okay, fine.
So that is game one. I've got to ask Molly, is that your first ever game of rugby that you've seen?
Yes, actually, I am a teacher for the international school, and we have the rugby team, in our school. So I'm very happy to see them while on the playground playing and know more rules about the rugby. So that's why here I'm today to know more information about the rugby competition. So, Cookie, actually you talked a lot of things about your experience of being an athlete for rugby. Could you please tell us more about your experience as an athlete for the Hong Kong team?
Yeah, this was back in the late 90s.
Wow.
And back in those days, Hong Kong used to play in a competition against USA, Japan, and Canada, called the Pacific Rim competition. So I was in the squad for 3 years.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
The athletes are coming. Thailand.
Second plate semi-final.
Right.
Thailand versus the UAE.
Correct.
So the UAE playing in their familiar white shirts, black shorts, and Thailand playing in navy blue and yellow.
Grey in UAE and Thailand in white.
And our referee for this game from Japan is Tetsuya.
Tetsuya, right, from Japan. Welcome.
So these two teams will be, the winner will go through and play Malaysia, the loser will go through and play Singapore. And kicking off from left to right, we have Thailand as Tetsuya.
The same, the whole game was 14 minutes, right, divided into
two halves of 7. So
2 halves 7.
UAE field that ball, and that is Sal, who was a big man yesterday, and Amosi. Oh, and
wow,
here he goes.
Here he goes.
Muhammad Ali.
Kick the ball.
Yesterday beset with a couple of hamstring cramps. Be interesting to see how much longer he can go during this game, but Malaysia have now got the ball. Malaysia have now got the ball inside
the kicker must be at
the
rear
UAE 22, and they push the ball wide. And decent tackle on the outside, and he's turned him onto his back, turned him turtle. And so just going to the blind side, some really stout defence here from the UAE, but eventually they run out of numbers, and it was a pretty heavy tackle there on number 8.
Number 8
is Ben Junda, who scored a great try towards the end of the game last night. But it's an early 5-0 lead for Malaysia with the kick to come.
Dart.
So a wide out kick here. Going to be taken by Teratin Warakit.
Thailand is 5 advanced right now compared to UAE.
So it's a good kick, but it hits the upright. The player there, Teratin Warakit from the Royal Thai Police Club. So a great start to this game so far for Thailand, holding a 5 points to 0 lead.
Player first rose ball to
high hanging kick, but goes out on the full. So Liam Caldwell recovers the ball, and the UAE playmaker there, Nati Sal, gets it to the big man, carrying the ball in one hand. But some really good work on the floor there from Ali Balushi. Wins the turnover. And interestingly, Thailand opt to kick this to touch. And that is a pretty horrible, ugly looking kick there. From
what's the result of the judges? They will get the penalty.
So a great take in the line out there. Dekmani into the midfield. Aaron Dubois in that red headgear makes a good tackle. Oh, and goes through the gap there. Really good work from Thailand. They now trying to stretch things, and he steps inside. But some really good tackling back there by Caldwell. And now Thailand swing this ball back across to the left. And now cuts back against the grain. 2-on-1, and Caldwell just gets his hand in there in the tackle. And looks like he's going to spend 2 minutes in the bin for what was considered a deliberate knock-on. So UAE already down 5 points to 0, and now a man down for 2 minutes. And immediately Thailand call for the scrummage.
Still Thailand 5-score advanced compared to UAE. 2 minutes left. 2.5 minutes left.
So Thailand feeding this scrummage. Looks to the right to try and draw the defence out there, but they now come all the way across. And he runs straight into Muhammad Ali. It's a high tackle. And running hard into the corner. And a really good, powerful score there. Dragged Muhammad Ali over the line with him. So just inside, outside, Muhammad Ali fighting to keep him up, but all the way powering through. So Muhammad Ali left the field twice yesterday with issues with his hamstring.
Scores, 5 scores.
And it looks like for playing the player inside 10 at the penalty, he also has a yellow card. So UAE down to 5 players now. 10-0 down, kick to come.
Thailand 10 scores advanced compared to UAE.
And into the breeze, an average looking kick from Thailand. So they will have about a minute and a half to go, where they will actually have a two-man advantage. So they go straight up the middle.
40 seconds.
Well taken there. And Dubois hacks the ball ahead, and he's chasing off after it, but the ball beats everybody and runs into touch. The longer that UAE can have the ball off the pitch. Caldwell now re-enters, so now a one-man advantage that Thailand have, and we can actually see the AR's flag blowing really strongly in the breeze. This breeze has really picked up. Some clouds now coming in.
They look so determined.
Thailand,
wow, high hit.
With a really good line-out drill there.
Time is up.
And interestingly, Thailand deciding to put the ball off the field when they actually had that one-man advantage.
So here we have 2 minutes break.
We have a 2-minute half-time break with Thailand leading UAE.
Correct.
So I'm not quite sure where we got to. As we look at some highlights here, but eventually when they scored their first try, the UAE just eventually ran out of numbers on the defensive side.
So Cookie, like in the competition, I was very curious, like for the first part of the competition, Thailand lead 5 scores compared to UAE, and later on, like where's that 5 scores?
I'm sorry, Molly, I don't quite understand your question. Obviously 5 points for scoring a try when you dot it down over the line, more like a touchdown in American football. It's 5 points, and if you're able to secure the kick, you get a further 2 points. So if you get a full score, it's 7 points. If you only score the try, you score 5 points. So at the moment it's 10-0, 2 tries, no conversions for Thailand. So as we come back from half-time,
for the lower half, we have
UAE team will have had a stern talking to from their coach, Apollo Perellini, who is a superstar. He played both Rugby League and Rugby Union for Samoa, and is now the coach of the UAE living in Dubai. So he'll be asking for a real bounce back. But still down to 6 players with one man in the sin bin. So that kick, Molly, did not go the required 10 metres. And so Thailand will get a free kick in the middle of the field. Don't seem to be playing with any urgency while they still have the man advantage. But they've obviously got a set move here, and they knock the ball on cold. That was not exactly the greatest start to the half there for Thailand. And coming back onto the field, Oakley for the UAE. So UAE now back to 7 players, so 7 on 7 again. Just to explain, Molly, if a player commits a bad foul, the referee can show them a yellow card, and they have to sit off the field for 2 minutes. And so their side only has 6 players on the field for that period of time. So UAE,
he's holding the ball tightly,
making a huge break down the blind side. Well supported there by Caldwell. And now Dubois with the red headgear as they swing it across. And Nati Sao steps inside the first man, drops it inside, but the referee has pinged Thailand for being offside in the middle. Caldwell quickly gets to the mark, gives it to the big man, who just drops his shoulder and is straight through for the try. So a decent start to the second half for UAE, cutting the deficit to 5 points with a kick to come. So obviously some stern words from Perellini at half time. The Thai team, and Nati Sao nails the conversion, so 10 points to 7, so 3-point ball game. And it has to be said that the Thai team are looking a little bit flat.
And now UAE has 7 scores.
So high hanging kick, which he gets in play and well batted back by Thailand. Coming alive there, but it looks like, yeah, they've come away with this one. Moving the ball out to the left flank.
Oh.
Makes a burst through the gap there. Thailand sweeping forward onto this. Oh, cuts back against the grain and a really good offload. And the little man almost undoes himself with his feet. Good defence there from Dubois. Thailand have this ball, but a fantastic turnover and work from Dubois.
Chance for restriction.
Caldwell gets the ball up to Amosi, and now with fully 95 metres to go, UAE playing in front of their own try line, and a great inside step by Dubois, trying to keep his hands free. And Nati Sao, I don't think he's got the legs and the gallop in him to go all the way, and a really fine counter ruck there from Thailand. And having done all the hard work, he plays the ball on the floor. If he just bounced to his feet. So penalty as UAE through Caldwell set a target in midfield on halfway. And the big man, Amosi, ball in one hand, trying to find somebody. So Dubois takes the penalty. Now UAE stretching Thailand on this right flank. Nati Sao holds the ball up. UAE recycle this. And batted back, but getting into a
Within
mix-up,
60
and
seconds,
Liam
3
Caldwell all the way back, and the ball runs dead. So that will be a 22. So the referee calls time off, and it looks like Thailand will still hold this slender 3-point lead, 10-7 over the UAE. And they come back for the scrummage.
Wow, Cookie, for like penalty shootout, could you please explain us more about?
We don't actually have a penalty shootout in sevens rugby. It's not like a soccer game. Should the scores be even at the end of full time in these knockout games, they'll play what we call golden point extra time. So they just play an extra period, and whoever's the first to score will go through. So Dubois and Na Issau looks to get his arms through the contact area. UAE with the ball, but inside their own 22 still, moving it out to the right into the hands of Caldwell. Steps in off his left foot, keeps driving just inside the Thai half now, and UAE stretching out to the right hand side. Got his arms through the contact there, but failed to get the ball away. And driving hard up the middle, really asking some questions. And Thailand trying to get their hands in the cookie jar after that ball again. And Na Issau gets the ball inside. Desperate times here, just a few seconds on the clock. And Dubois goes quickly from the penalty, keeps going. Some pretty stern defence here from the UAE. Na Issau comes away, and Luke Dreyer taking on the defence. Caldwell there, the hoot has gone. It's now or never for the UAE. Na Issau steps in, and there it is, what will be the winning score for the UAE. Absolutely timed their run to perfection there. Na Issau drew all the defence, and on hand there with a fantastic score. Goes in under the post, and the conversion is good. So a 14 points to 10 win for the UAE over Thailand. So a really, really good result there for UAE. Whatever Perellini said to his charges at half-time certainly had a very, very positive effect. And that means that the UAE will go through to the 5th place final to take on Malaysia. So just looking through these highlights, we see Caldwell to the big man, and Emosi just dropped his shoulder and holding that rugby ball in one of those big hands. So fantastic, and we're now into the Cup semi-finals. So this will be a big game.
China vs China.
So 2 weeks ago,
Yes.
the Korea leg of this.
competition of rugby.
And so here we go.
Yes, welcome back.
James Christie leading out Hong Kong,
Wow,
China.
Hong Kong, China
And
vs
Chang
China.
Shun leading out China.
Wow, I'm so looking forward to today's competition. Hong Kong, China in blue. China in red.
So the first thing to notice here is that Max Denmark for Hong Kong was carrying an illness yesterday, but he comes out in this all-important first cup semi-final.
And the referee for this part of competition is Mr. Liao
from
Singapore. Welcome.
So kicking off from left to right in their familiar red jerseys, China with Chang Shun with a high hanging kick straight up the middle.
Right.
James Christie is straight onto that, and pretty fierce affair here.
Pass the board.
Jack Coombs to Harry Sayers, immediately into contact, and pretty fierce encounters early on. Cal McCullough gets the ball to Denmark. Slips the first tackle.
Oh, Denmark's running
and
fast.
There he is, big Max Denmark, showing why McCullough wanted to get that ball to him. Max Denmark, a great athlete with the Hong Kong Football Club in Hong Kong, and he formerly born in Hong Kong. Max
Hong Kong,
Denmark.
China, 5-score leads.
So Bryn Phillips adds the extras, but Max Denmark, born and bred in Hong Kong, but went to school in the UK at the famous sporting school of Millfield in Somerset. And that is a fantastic opening stanza there for Hong Kong. There's some pretty fierce tackling and defence from China. Sayers is after that ball, but adjudged to have been knocked on, and skipper James Christie gets this going. Bryn Phillips steps off that right foot. Some really good work. Ball in the hands of Denmark again, and another fantastic score. Did really well to stay in field there. As we watch this, he gets taken early, steps in field, keeps coming in. It's a very, very good score from Denmark. Only played 10 minutes yesterday, Molly, but he's very much the superstar for the Hong Kong team.
Actually, Hong Kong, China, the team is strong in a field of 7-man rugby, especially in a men's team, right?
So Jack Coombs there misses the conversion, but with just 2.5 minutes on the clock, and Hong Kong, China already out to a 12-0 lead. The crowd here in Hangzhou are trying to rouse their team with cheers of Gai Yao, and again, ball.
I'll steal the ball.
So far, China have not had the ball in their hands legitimately, and they've got a respite now.
Well,
with a scrummage.
Well, I remember last year in the 19th Asian Games, they won against South Korea, right?
Yes.
They won a men's 7-man rugby final in the 2023 Asian Games in Hangzhou against South Korea.
Yeah, the reigning double Asian Games gold medal winners. They won previously. And Chung Shan shows a clean pair of heels. Goes absolutely down. Oh, and Harry Sayers with a fantastic tackle.
Wow. Steal in.
But China coming on hot.
Oh my God.
And a really good score there for Hu. number 7. That was again a fantastic
5
break.
scores.
Break down the blind side from Chung Chun. But some fantastic tackling back from Harry Sayers. Almost did the impossible there.
All the audience were cheering up for the China team.
So bringing the scores to 12-7.
Wow, 12-7 right now.
There's an absolute buzz in this stadium now as China mark their intent in this first men's semi-final.
And the Chinese 7-man rugby team actually has developed rapidly in recent years, especially in the Chinese women's rugby team. Yeah, but also we develop a lot for men's rugby team.
So high hanging kick, and it looks like it's gone forward from Hong Kong. Ball hit into the breeze and just drifting away. So it is absolutely game on.
Chinese men's rugby team is also constantly improving its strength and gradually become a competitive team in Asia.
So Jack Coombs needs to be alive here.
Hold on.
The last scrummage, Chung Chun scooted down the blind side, but this time he goes to the open side, and China come away with this ball.
Hold on the ball, please.
But China giving away the penalty there. James Christie plays it early. Coombs, but
the ball
slow on the clean out there. Hong Kong and China get the penalty. So with about a minute to go, this cup semi-final really has come alive, and skipper Chang Shun calls for the scrummage. So McCullough, Sayers and skipper James Christie.
Can you hear my voice?
So Chang Shun with the feed to this scrummage. Certainly pretty competitive here. Chang Shun again carries the ball forward, and Luluda gets the ball in his hands, and the referee says that was a knock-on, but that seemed a pretty harsh decision against China there. So
10 minutes, 10 seconds left.
Yeah, with a few seconds to go.
Right.
Hong Kong, China
12 scores.
Will get the opportunity to put the ball in for one final scrummage. They've obviously got some set play here. Tight on the right-hand touchline is Bryn Phillips. Directly behind the scrummage is Max Denmark. And they give the ball to Max. And he puts the big fend, and he really drives hard. Lets the ball go, but just knocks that on as he tried to pick the ball up. So some fantastic play in that first half, and certainly at half-time, Coach Dreven Groves will have plenty to say to his team, and Yu Zhao Hui, the China coach, makes his way out, and as we said yesterday, one of the assistant coaches for China, Ma Chong, who played for the South China Tigers, as we watch a replay of Max Denmark striding out for the first score. And then China bring back the score.
We have 2 minutes to all of the people, all of the audience are cheering up for the Chinese team. For China, Hong Kong, China. No matter who wins the competition, we're still the family. Hong Kong, China, and China.
So the stadium PA here is calling the China crowd to voice It's early in the day here, but
Wow.
already many hundreds of people in the ground, in the stand, as the cheering on
Team
their
China
team.
and
So in this second half, it's going to be a kickoff for Bryn Phillips. And ranging out on this left wing, we have Cal McCullough, Harry Sayers, with Denmark and Liam Doherty
the second half begins.
on the, and there we go, referee Liao,
Wow.
high hanging kick. Sayers knocks it down, and Coombs straight onto that ball.
Still in Hong Kong
Liam
team.
Doherty probing down this right flank, gets the ball to Denmark. Now McCullough, he drives hard at the line, gets the ball to Bryn Phillips, who's immediately swamped. Denmark looking to draw the players and the ball into the hands of Harry Sayers, who steps in field, gets the ball to Liam Doherty. And some decent play there early on in the second half sees Doherty extend the lead. So Doherty, some sure hands there. Plays his rugby locally in Hong Kong with Hong Kong Scottish. So Jack Coombs, the nephew of the world famous Martin Kibble, nails the conversion, so 19 points to 7. So the coach,
to Hong Kong, China.
the Hong Kong coach, Jevon Groves, obviously said some decent words at half time. And the referee's time off as Phillips now kicks this ball to the right hand side. Doherty goes up, great take there. Coombs gets the ball to Denmark, who powers through the contact, and that is Max Denmark's hat-trick.
19 right
so
now.
24 points to 7.
24.7.
This really has been a fantastic start. So we just see the final part of Denmark striding out to the line here. Very strong, powerful athlete. Also has played a number of 15-a-side games for Hong Kong. And Jack Coombs chips that ball, and it's to the left. So the score remains 24-7. And that will be the final part that Coombs plays for now in this game. Now been replaced by Hugo Styles. Bryn Phillips with the kickoff.
High kick.
McCullough is after this one, but Liu Liuda, I think he thought that McCullough was going to get his hands to it. Was rather surprised when it dropped through, and he made an uncharacteristic mistake there. Yesterday's games, Liuda was an absolute star for China, wearing the number 10 shirt. And Denmark leaves, as does Harry Sayers. Phong Kit Phong and Liam Herbert come onto the field for Hong Kong. Liam Herbert, also known as the Rubber Man. So Phillips with a scrum feed here for Hong Kong China. Gets the ball to Styles. Herbert tries to outflank the defence there, but gets swamped and picked up. Bryn Phillips to Phong Kit Phong. Looks to bring the ball inside, but the referee's blown a penalty for, must have been an offside offence on the blind side of the scrummage. So skipper James Christie just asking the referee if China are 10. Just taking all the time in the world, just calmly Styles, the playmaker, gets it to
Hong
Doherty.
Kong, China.
Steps inside and he's made the break but can't get his arms free. Hong Kong steady up and recycle the ball. Styles to Liam Herbert, gets on the outside, gets the ball to Fong Kit Fong, who gets absolutely swamped, and now Styles gives the ball to Bryn Phillips, who steps inside. Some good work there. McCullough, Christie and Doherty. Has the pace to go round on the outside, and that is try number 5 for Hong Kong China. Really a masterclass so far in this second half, Molly. China have not been able to get their hands on the ball whatsoever. So more changes. McCullough makes way for James Sawyer from the Kowloon Club in Hong Kong.
The margin is 29-7.
Yeah, the conversion is not successful there.
Right.
And looks like try scorer Doherty leaving the field there with the physio. Does look in a little bit of distress there. As we said, these sevens tournaments are actually an attritional event. A ball just going 10, and referee has been pretty harsh towards China so far.
Right.
Be lucky to make it out of Hangzhou alive at this rate. So Hong Kong just calmly going about their business here. They have the game wrapped up 29-7. There's no way back for China now. So Hong Kong just need to manage this last minute.
50 seconds left.
Yeah, and
Let's see what will happen later.
so Liam Herbert attacks the line, gets the ball up to Bryn Phillips, who knocks the ball on. China have the ball, but was juggling with it there as Matteo Vitabail came through on it.
20 seconds.
Matteo just in need of a little bit of attention there, as is Bryn Phillips. Very, very hot out there today, as Phillips looks like he's doing something with his boots there.
I'm afraid time is up.
Yeah, time is
up.
pretty much run out for China
Right.
here. As Phillips gets back to his feet. So this has been a fairly accomplished performance by the Hong Kong China team.
But for the Chinese team, on the other hand, is constantly exploring a tactical style in gameplay that suits ourselves.
So Phillips has got some tyre issues. Looks like he's eventually got his boots on. No rush, Bryn. The world is waiting for you. So a final chance for China here. Chang Shun, who set up the only try so far that China scored with the feed at the scrummage. So as you said 2 weeks ago, this was the final in Korea, and played out as the semi-final here.
Oh,
China
now. Oh my goodness.
coming out to this right edge.
Still.
But Hong Kong, China putting the heat on, but a little bit too much. Bryn Phillips getting caught on the wrong side there as China move into the Hong Kong half and playing advantage again. Some pretty tenacious defence here from Hong Kong. As China move this ball to the right-hand flank. And there he is, the superstar for China, Chang Shun. But a knock-on there, and that will be it. A commanding win for Hong Kong, China, 29 points to 7. So they booked themselves a berth in the final, and it's yet to be seen whether it will be Japan or South Korea. Certainly Japan looked on yesterday's showing to be the favourites. So that was Liam Doherty getting the second half underway in perfect style.
Actually, I watched
So as we just look at these highlights here, and that was Big Max Denmark rounding off his hat-trick early in the second half. And then Liam Herbert stayed strong there in the ball. Skipper Christie wide to Liam Doherty, who made it all the way into the corner there. And then Bryn Phillips trying to take the ball away there. So China 29, or sorry, Hong Kong China 29, China 7. So it'll be third place playoff for China. And And so here we are back live in Hangzhou. Japan versus Korea in semi-final number 2 as the players come out onto the field. China led out by Yoshizawa.
I think there are 2 very competitive teams.
And Yo Gi-jung leads out his Korea side. So Hong Kong have already booked the first cup final place, making it 2 cup finals in a row.
Emphasize speed and flexibility.
So Japan in their familiar red and white jerseys will be playing from left to right. Korea will be in their familiar blue jerseys, and our referee for this game is Mr. Craig Chan from Hong Kong.
Competition begins.
He's one of the premier sevens referees in the world, having completed many years on the World Sevens Series and also officiated at the Paris Olympics.
Pretty high kick.
High hanging kick to get the game underway.
High hanging kick.
And Karevi there as Japan carry this ball confidently in their own 22 here.
Correct.
Yoshizawa gets the ball and a step inside, trying to get his hands free. And referee Craig Chan blows up for a high tackle. Ball now in the hands of Karevi. Big wide pass there.
Wide pass there.
So Japan have now progressed all the way to just outside the 22 of Korea. Oh, and a great ball there from Yoshizawa. And an opening score there for Ryosei Takai for Japan. So Japan looked very good in pool play yesterday. And
Japan got 5 scores right now.
So a good start with skipper Yoshizawa.
Right.
Looking to add the extras, and he kicked well all yesterday and he nails the extras. 7-0 Japan early in the first half of this second cup semi-final. Yesterday Korea made their way through to the cup competition on points difference, having lost one of their pool games.
7 scores for Japan.
So Japan not getting that ball 10 meters, so it is a free kick.
Free kick.
Tap free kick on halfway for Korea. Min Jung Kang taps the ball and pulls the ball left. Yesterday Korea's play was marked by a really direct style from their big men. Just trying to keep his hands free there. Yo Jae-hun. And shaped to pass left, but brought the ball back in. Carried it into contact. Oh, some really good footwork there from Jeong.
Japan is one of the traditional strong teams in Asia Rugby.
So Japan also have a team on the men's World 7 Series. So undoubtedly this team will be almost like their development team playing on the Asian 7 Series. And Japan just ranging out, getting through that defensive line and cutting back inside. Looking very confident on the ball here. Yoshizawa
Physically
again draws the contact and Now Karevi works really hard, and Yoshizawa now.
They have really strong tactical execution capabilities.
So some good defence there from Korea, but adjudged to have been illegal. And Karevi shapes to give it to Yoshizawa. And then back against the grain, some good footwork there. And a really good score in the end. Great follow-up work there from Nakano.
12 scores for Japanese
So
team.
Nakano there, driving through the contact and rolling over, dotting the ball down. But referee Craig Chan brings it back. Oh no, I thought he brought it back for a some infringement, but he's just telling the Korean players to get out of Yoshizawa's eye line, and a good solid kick there from Yoshizawa. 14 points to 0. Japan with a pretty commanding lead with 5 minutes gone in this second semi-final here at the Asia Rugby 7 series.
For Japan again. 14. The margin is pretty big.
So the ball evades everybody and bundles into touch. So
what's the referee's reaction right now?
So it'll be a line-out throw-in. So throwing the ball in, Minjung Kang. Be looking for one of the big men. Just a low throw to the front man. And a decent offload in the contact there. Trying to get on the outside. And he does so. Oh, but a fantastic tackle back there from Japan. And Korea over for the score. So under penalty advantage there, referee Craig Chan allowed the game to play, and Korea comes storming back into this game. Kang just getting the ball up and just route one to the line there. Park
Korea got 5. I'm a little bit nervous right now.
Trying to reduce the deficit again. Well struck kick.
Wow.
And it's over. So 14 points to 7. Japan lead Korea as we come to the end of this first half. The hooter goes. Referee Craig Chan acknowledges it, but there will be time for one more kickoff. And Shin will hit this ball high and hanging. And Korea come up with the ball. Kang, and they break down this blind side. Ball inside to Kang. And Korea working hard to get this ball across to the left-hand side. But again, playing this very, very direct style, carrying the ball into contact. And now coming down the short side, Kang drops the ball onto the toe, but the ball just bundles itself into touch, and that is half-time with Japan at 14, Korea 7. Really good half of rugby there, Molly.
Yes.
To and fro. So referee Craig Chan in control of this game. Japan were cruising at 14 points to 0 and looked to be doing a really good job, but South Korea coming back into the game with a score close to the end there, and the crowd filling up. Lots of kids in the crowd, and here's the early Early replay here with Kang drawing the last two men, and an easy run in there for Takai. Then a second try here for Japan. Some really good footwork and a really good finish. But at the end there, really good score for Shin.
So now we'll have 2 minutes break.
Yeah, about a minute, just about a minute to go. So you're now midway through your 4th game of Rugby Sevens. What do you make of it so far, Molly?
I think probably they have, the potential potential later, because the competition is not to an end.
So the Japan coach striding off the field, the man with that distinctive haircut, Phil Greening, former England 7s and 15s representative. As I said yesterday, he was part of that golden era that only old men like myself remember, in the early 2000s when England won the Hong Kong Sevens 4 years in a row. Greening was a big part of those early wins for England as Japan get this second half underway. Oh, and Kang from Korea slips past the first tackle, and Korea carrying this ball confidently out of their own 22, but giving away the penalty, which gives Japan an immediate opportunity to counter. But Japan have thrown the ball on the ground, and Korea are streaking after this and managed to get their hands on the ball. And they're now deep inside the Japan half, and they get the ball wide here. And Gunwo Park
is in
a foot race for the corner.
Oh my goodness.
And Japan working hard not to give anything away, but that will almost certainly be a yellow card for Karevi. So crucial time here.
Crucial time.
So down to 6 men. Japan are going to have to defend
14.
for 2 minutes, and Korea looks like they've called the scrummage here.
It's okay.
So referee Craig Chan taking no truck from Karevi, infringing that close to the line. Coming onto the field, Lee, number 49. So some fresh legs, and he's standing directly behind the scrummage, trying to give Kang an easy pass away from the base of the scrummage. So Kang with the feed, Lee immediately gets a touch. He runs hard, taking on the line, flooding round the corner. Great tackle by the Japanese 6-man defence. Kang now swings the ball, and the ball has hit the ground. Bouncing ball.
Wow,
and some good feet there from Shin. Again, takes 2 tacklers to bring him to the ground. Barney's ripped that ball wide, and back on the inside. Lee Daehui brings the score.
2 scores again.
So 14-12 with the kick to come. The score got themselves excited there. Gave that try first of all to Japan, but we now have a 2-point ball game.
Correct. Can they do it? It's pretty crucial time. 4 minutes left.
Oh, and he hits the upright, and Karevi is restored to the Japan team, so it's 7-on-7. 3 minutes and 43 seconds to play.
Right, 2 scores. The margin is 2.
And just 2 points in it.
So slight margin. Oh,
So a
pitch
deep kick from Korea into the Japan 22, and Karevi gets his hands on the ball. Japan driving up out of their own 22.
Hasn't.
Yoshizawa gets the ball wide. Oh, and clean pair of heels, and a really, really well-worked try there. And so
19 for Japan.
So a big chase back there from Lee, the Korean try scorer, but the Japanese speedster had already put the ball down.
Right.
Sneaking behind the posts
Oh.
and directly into the middle, giving Yoshizawa an easy opportunity to nail the extras, which he does. And so 21 points to 12. So with 2.5 minutes to go.
2.5 minutes. 2.
So some changes for Japan. Shirakuni coming onto the field, replacing the playmaker Yoshizawa. High hanging short kick. Karevi with an absolutely fantastic take and offload. That was absolutely pure class from Japan. The big man Joshua Karevi rose to take the kick off.
He's passing the ball very confident.
And then just flipped the ball out to his teammate on the wide outside there.
1.5 minutes.
It looks like Japan have got one hand on a potential berth in the cup final.
Right.
So 28 points to 12.
28 points to 12.
So some further changes for Japan. Coach Phil Greening will be happy with the way that Japan have bounced back. At 14-12, there was a real momentum shift towards Korea. And they're going for the same kick there, but a really good lifting pod. And another loose ball. And everything is going Japan's way here.
Right.
And
1 minute left right now.
Forcing the Koreans to come back, taking all the time they need. Still around about a minute to go. So a rugby ball is a cruel thing, and the bounce of it even more cruel. As Korea bring on the big man, number 99, Jung Sol. But it's going to be too little too late, unfortunately, for Korea.
33 for Japan right now, 20 seconds left.
So 35-12.
35, 2 scores more for Japan.
So there'll
it's
be
so
time.
Cruel.
Be time for one more kickoff. So Japan
5
have
seconds.
rattled 3
goodness.
scores in succession very, very quickly, showing how a game of sevens can turn around. But referee Craig Chan has spotted a knock-on from a red hand of Japan, which will give Min Jun Kang the feed for what should be the final scrummage.
35.
So there we have the hooter. So Korea, can they salvage a little bit of pride? The last few minutes here.
Yes.
Trying to get to the wide outside. Kang rips the ball to the left. Jung Sol.
Got the
And
ball.
again,
Oh my
this
goodness.
very,
Oh.
very direct style of play from Korea. They now have men over on the left, carrying it into contact, and that should be a penalty for Korea. Putting his hands on the floor beyond the ball. So Korea with timeout. They take a quick tap. And absolutely Route 1 rugby from Park there. There is very little finesse about anything that the Koreans are doing here. It is absolutely straight up the guts rugby. And Korean Japan haul him into touch.
Right.
And that is a convincing win in the end for Japan over Korea.
Right.
So our final will be
35.
Hong Kong, China versus Japan. And seeing a couple of replays here of the Koreans getting themselves back into the game. But Japan did really well there. And in the end, ran out comfortable winners in Cup semi-final number 2.
watching the live stream, you know?
No
I
problem.
think you will probably create your own teams. Okay, so it's our
And
turn.
here we go
Right.
for the first game of women's rugby today, with Kazakhstan taking on the UAE. So unfortunately for the UAE, they will be without the services of Helen Amos, number 3. She picked up a 3-game ban yesterday for a high tackle on Hong Kong's Maggie Ao Young. So UAE playing in their change, in fact both teams playing in their change strips. UAE in green, playing from right to left, and Kazakhstan, who came alive yesterday at the end of the day, playing in their change strips of white tops, black shorts.
Wow.
So here we go for day 2, the women's competition, with UAE kicking off. High kick, and bringing the ball out to Teleganova. Drobovskaya out on this far left touchline as UAE look to move the ball from left to right, and they've made a bit of a breach on that right edge. Some really good interplay down the tram lines there. Abisheva, Teleganova, and Drobovskaya taking in a decent tackle there. Teleganova, some good wraparound play there, and Kruchinkina, this rangy, tall player, and it looks like the opening score for Koishabayeva coming round underneath the post. So first score to Kazakhstan, Molly.
Yes.
So she just did enough to force the UAE player to make a despairing effort, and was able to come around underneath the posts, therefore making her own conversion a little bit easier. She tries to line this one up, and a decent kick, so 7 points to 0 to the UAE. Very good start for them. So very good to see the ladies here on day 2. Yesterday was a bit of a dull, overcast day. A lot of rain and drizzle here in Hangzhou. So UAE kick off, playing into a relatively stiff breeze. Holly Murphy with a decent pass there, and Tara Clooney, who got through a mountain of work in day 1 for the UAE, and they probe this blind side. Alexandra Cook there, and Holly Murphy gets a good offload to Cook. Eve Robinson, as Clooney comes in to play half-back. So a wrap-around play there from UAE, but they get wrapped up in the middle there. The ball just going forward off the fingertips. It's a little bit difficult playing from right to left here. You've got a fairly stiff breeze behind you, and it's very, very easy for the ball to get picked up on that breeze and drift away from the clutches. So first scrummage, Drobovskaya puts the ball into the Kazakhstan scrum as they bring the ball to the left, and Teleganova drops the ball, and Holly Murphy was looking for glory, but she was cut off by Abisheva. So no knock on, so it will be a line out Kazakhstan throw, and Abisheva with the red headgear throwing the ball in. Oh, and that's a decent jump there from Pikajina, who's striding off down the field, keeping those legs pumping in the contact. And they now stretch the UAE out on the right flank. Drobovskaya, diminutive halfback. Talaganova does a good inside-outside and strides round and behind the posts. So a second score for Kazakhstan, taking some control of this game midway through this first half of this plate semi-final. And the conversion is good, so 14 points to 0. Kazakhstan over UAE. Very much the start that the Kazakh team would have been looking for. Their coach, famous South African Sevens representative Fabian Juries, graced the Hong Kong Stadium at the Hong Kong Sevens many a time. But unfortunately, in the 45-year history of the Hong Kong Sevens, South Africa yet to record a win. So UAE moving this ball inside their own 22. Oh, and Clooney steps through the tackle, gets on the outside, but Cook is mown down, and Drobovskaya gets back really well there. Kruchinkina. Oh. And as they try to bring the ball out of defence there, Kazakhstan knock the ball on, which will give UAE an opportunity. First time perhaps to hold the ball inside the Kazakh half with this scrummage. Eve Robinson, half-back there. Cooney on the loose head side of this scrummage. And doubling around and getting the ball into the hands of Holly Murphy. Scored a couple of long-range tries yesterday. But coming over the top there, Cook. And Talaganova ranging out on this left wing now. Pikajina. Kruchinkina. Pops the ball back inside. And now Kazakhstan. Get the ball into the hands of Talaganova, but the ball was knocked down by UAE, and that is half-time. So 14 points to 0. Kazakhstan over UAE. So tell me, Molly, you you live here in Hangzhou,
Right.
and were you born and bred in Hangzhou?
Uh-huh.
You were?
Uh-huh.
You went to school here?
Yes, correct. Actually, well, my experience is very interesting. Like, I studied here for college and work here, you know, so I've been living in Hangzhou for so many years. And you can call me an Hangzhou
And
because I lived in many places before I, went to Hangzhou.
And you mentioned to me earlier that you were a school teacher
Yes, right.
at an international school. Which international school?
Well, it's near here. Welcome to subscribe our channel, like Hangzhou Intel Foreign Language School. And actually, they had a performance, before the competition here. And also warmly welcome you to our school, right? And I'm an ESL teacher.
Okay, fantastic. So
Now.
The UAE coach is Philadelphia Orlando. And Fabian Jury's there in the middle of the huddle for Kazakhstan. So this is the first semi-final of the plate, where the teams will be playing for 5th place. The cup competition will decide positions 1 through 4. So as we kick off this second half, it's 14-0 to Kazakhstan, playing the white shirts, now playing from right to left, and we'll have this stiff breeze at their backs. And the kick bounces forwards, goes the required 10 metres, and UAE eventually get the ball. Eve Robinson, then Cook, and then out to Tara Cooney. Drops the ball back inside to Georgia Barber. And hands in the ruck there from Koishabayeva. Cook runs the ball out to Amanda Hamian. UAE having to work really hard for every possession. It's Robinson to Cook. And now Holly Murphy, Tara Cooney combining down this left flank for the UAE, and in at the side, an offside. Kazakhstan, so decent early showing from UAE in this second half. So Georgia Barber lays the ball off, and yet another penalty given away as UAE look to try and stretch them left and right, but that's a bit of a wild pass picked up on the breeze, and UAE have to go a long way back. And that's Robinson to Cooney, tries to step inside, but some good defence there. Georgia Barber keeps powering through the tackle there, and again another penalty. So 4 penalties in a row that Kazakhstan have now conceded, as Eve Robinson carries this ball directly into the heart of the Kazakh defence. Cooney loses the ball in contact there, and now finally some respite for Kazakhstan. Koishabayeva goes quickly, but it's a loose pass that has carried forward on the breeze. And Tara Cooney having a quiet word with our referee as coming onto the field for Kazakhstan, Meldakova and Becker. Also some changes for the UAE side, as Robinson will throw this ball into this line out. Oh no, they've opted for the scrummage. So Robinson feeds the ball and cleanly away to Cook, who doubles around, but the UAE defence are all over that. Putting themselves under some level of pressure here, the UAE, playing around with the ball deep inside their own 22, but it's a scrummage. So thankfully, Molly, some clouds coming over,
Yes.
giving us a little bit of cover and a little bit of respite from the sun. I have my Factor SPF
well,
100.
let me have a look at this one.
SPF 100 needed for my fair skin.
More intricate than girls even. But thanks to the weather, actually it's not that summer right now.
So deep inside their own 22, but UAE carrying the ball away. And they look to put the ball back inside to Eve Robinson, but she wasn't expecting it and gives away the penalty on the ground. And that is Becca driving hard, eventually gets herself to ground. Or Drobovskaya with a really good finish there. A little inside-outside feint, and she stretches out and makes a really good score, which extends the lead to 19 points to 0 now. So as we see this, first inside, then outside, off the left foot, stretches out, great score. Really good work from the Kazakh scrum half as they bring onto the field Maria Grishina. And Becca is wide with the conversion, so 19 points to 0. So Grishina came on in the final game yesterday evening and immediately scored 2 tries, brought some real energy to Kazakhstan, who certainly looked better and better as the competition has gone on. Cooney with the catch as UAE bring the ball all the way out to Enaoui on the far left hand side of the pitch. Ali there. Stacey Redmond getting dispossessed, and Kazakhstan coming up with the ball, and Grishina just running straight into the defence there. And Krasavina, a little chip and chase and gets through on it, but well marshalled, and UAE have done really well to steady the ship here. They're just 5 metres off their own line and eventually given away the penalty. Tara Cooney in a bit of a tangle there, and it looks like with the line at her mercy, they've pushed the pass forward, and with 43 seconds to go, a final change. Tara Cooney making way for Holly Murphy. We'll need some long range tactics from Murphy. She went for a couple of distance tries yesterday. So Ali with the feed to this UAE scrummage. She clears the ball away neatly, and they come around the corner, and some strong play there, and a bit of a high tackle on Fatima Al-Blushi. So Ali taps and goes. Holly Murphy looks for the return pass, and Ali is away, but is tackled by Drobovskaya. Now Holly Murphy has the ball, and Drobovskaya is all over that. So although we're coming to the end of the game, really competitive, and Kazakhstan really trying to put themselves into pole position in the 5th place playoff final. They lose the ball, and Ali, who made that initial break, gets the ball off to Murphy. So UAE just playing for pride now. They score 12-0, so they can't win this game. But a good grab there, and recycling the ball and keeping the ball in hand, UAE. But I think that ball has been overplayed, and Melnikov gets over it, and Krasavina, who scored 2 tries yesterday evening, gets through for a score at the death after the hooter, 24 points to 0. So Krasavina there on the replay, just striding through, just checking over her shoulder, and the conversion is good. 26 points to 0. Kazakhstan book their passage to the plate final.
Ladies and gentlemen, this game has come to an end. The result is 26-0.
26-0.
本场比赛结束。
Oh my goodness. So
即将进行的比赛是新加坡队对阵马来西亚队的比赛，请持续关注。有请球童入场放置比赛用球。掌声感谢我们的球童。
Referee.
助理裁判杨如梦。
And so we are just about ready to kick off with plate semi-final
I
in
think
the women's
wow.
plate here on day 2.
Let's welcome the athletes.
So this is a real Southeast Asian clash between Singapore and Malaysia.
身穿
Singapore
红
and
色
Malaysia.
队服的是新加坡队，身穿蓝色队服的是马来西亚队。
The game between Team Singapore and Team Malaysia will start soon.
新加坡队与马来西亚队的比赛。
So Singapore
Hi. Hello.
Singapore in the red jerseys will be playing from right to left. Malaysia left to right in their blue jerseys. Can expect a fairly competitive game here today. And deep kick, and just drifting on the wind there, being held up, and Singapore make an early mistake, so not the way. So the feed to this scrummage for Malaysia, and standing up in the scrummage there from Singapore, give away a penalty. And immediately trying to work the ball free on the right hand side, but the ball bundles into touch. This live wire halfback from Malaysia, Kajol Jennison. So as we can see, a fairly stiff breeze blowing at the backs of Singapore as they throw the ball into this line out. On a good take there from Samantha Teo. Bringing the ball back on the angle and immediately knock it on, and Malaysia have regained possession here. Carrying it to the line, and Anna Aziz has the wheels to go all the way round the outside and make the opening score for Malaysia. So it was a good line-out win for Singapore, but they ran the ball back against the grain into the heart of the Malaysian defence and gave away the turnover. And as we see on the replay there, Aziz had pace enough to get around Liliong, and a decent effort with the kick, but it's wide, so 5 points to 0 Malaysia early in this plate semi-final 2. So a better take there from Victoria Chu, and Malaysia this time infringing, and the referee, no messing around there. An immediate yellow card there for Henrietta David. So Singapore call for the scrummage. Samantha Teo with the feed up against six players in the Malaysian team, and Malaysia guilty of giving the penalty away, and Samantha Teo is off, but she does not have the legs to get away from Jennison. So really trying to take advantage of this one player advantage that they have. Nicole Tan, really robust run there Singapore trying to stretch. Oh, and thrown the interception there. And Tajuddin gets the ball out to Aziz. This is exactly what Malaysia will want to do to try and wind the clock down on this 2-minute yellow card. And Aziz coming off her wing, telling Jennison to run, but well harried there by the Singapore defence. And Ong from the Bedok Kings Club tries to take it quickly. So again, looks like Singapore are going to opt for the scrummage. The only problem with this as a tactic is it takes a long time to form the scrummage, which means all the time they're doing this, they're scrubbing time off the yellow card of Henrietta David, who's now up off the chair and will probably back in play next time the ball goes dead. So Singapore really need to try and take advantage here. And they've got the ball out to Ong. She tackles, gets straight to her feet again. Now route one under the posts. Singapore fighting with everything they have. Number 11 there, Lily Ong. Takes a dart at the line. With a personal advantage, you feel that Singapore ought to be trying to stretch the play rather than playing like you could throw a blanket over all of them. Yet another penalty. Oh, and reaching for the card. So a second yellow for Malaysia. So Malaysia down to 5 players right now. And going hard at the line, and Singapore have spurned the opportunity with a 2-man advantage to try and level the scores here. But still deep in trouble here, Malaysia trying to play away. This is a tough thing to do, just a yard or so off your own line. And Singapore, well, they've got it just back into play, but they give a penalty away. So there should be an opportunity for them to bring back Henrietta David. Lots of people believe you can't bring anybody back on a penalty when it's a yellow card. But if it's your own penalty, you can choose to do that. So Singapore get yet another opportunity. Oh my word, this is virtually unheard of. Malaysia, a 3rd yellow card. So they now only have 4 players on the field to defend this play. And honestly, if Singapore cannot get the score here, and they do, and finally Victoria Chu from the BAC club in Singapore finally rams home the advantage. So fairly unprecedented scenes there with Malaysia, with only 4 players on the field at the end of that second half. So crucial kick to come to try and take the lead at half time. And the kick is good, so Singapore rests the lead 7 points to 5 over Malaysia at half time here in Hangzhou. So how are we going, Molly?
Hi, I'm always listening, and now I think I'm made familiar with the rules of the rugby. I'm so excited to know something about that. It's very interesting.
The big game that everybody's waiting for is coming up next, which is China
and
Hong Kong, China.
Wow.
So Both cup semi-finals today were China and Hong Kong China. Hong Kong China running out comparatively easy winners in the men's version, but I think it will be an altogether different affair in the women's game. As I mentioned earlier, China drafting in 6 of their Olympic athletes who were in Paris, and in Paris up against all of the major teams on the World Series, the likes of Australia, New Zealand and Canada. China came a very, very credible 6th place, which was a fantastic.
So actually the history of the rugby in China is not that long, but like 7 women or men rugby has grown in popularity in Asia
Absolutely.
In recent years. So do you have any suggestions for some children, like the students in our school who are interested in the rugby?
You've got to work hard and get strong and fit, but it is the perfect team game, Molly.
Yes.
It teaches you lots about yourself. Many years ago, over 30 years ago, a famous New Zealand coach called George Simpkin, along with a couple of other guys, did some real pioneering work here in China, and it's really bearing fruit now, particularly with the women's game. They are a very, very strong prospect on the world stage now. So we get this second half underway, and Malaysia, having looked comfortable, have slipped to a 7-5 deficit. And they are still playing with only 6 players on the field, having had to defend at the end with only 4. But 2 of the ladies have rejoined the team, and Singapore here through Ong are really starting to try and turn the screw on their Southeast Asian neighbours, and the referee adjudges that was a knock-on. So again, Singapore spurning the opportunity while they still have a numbers advantage, and Malaysia with Dayang Manji from the Selangor club just jogging her way onto the field here. One of her favourite players in the world is the world famous Olympic gold medal winner Portia Woodman. Has been the world 7th player of the year. So certainly a superstar, as Henrietta David limps off on the far side of the field, but it gives Jennison the opportunity to put the ball in here. And again an illegal scrummage by the Singaporeans, and that is a poor pass straight into the arms of the Singapore winger. And now they come around the corner, and fights hard. And now Singapore look to come back against the grain. And Min Chang Hui, does she have the legs? She doesn't, but she gets the ball up to Some fantastic last-ditch tackling here. And in the end, just running out of numbers, Lily Ong from the Bedok Kings Club scores. And Singapore are now 12-5 in the lead. So with only 6 players on the field and being stretched left and right, Malaysia just ran out of numbers on the left flank there. And now Lily Ong gets the opportunity to try and convert her own try, but it's just to the left of the uprights. So we've got a very, very tight game here. 12 points to 5. Both these teams fighting to try and make the plate final, where they will take on Kazakhstan. So Singapore through Min Chong Hui. Kick off. Good take on her knees there from Tajuddin. And failing to roll away. So Malaysia now back to full strength, having conceded that early score in the second half. Another penalty for the Malaysians. Absolutely route one there. But giving the penalty away. So this game is a real seesaw, and a good break there from Samantha Teo. So Singapore swing this ball out to the left edge. Really good tackle there by Sam Sabari. And Min Chang Hui with an arcing run. The referee has blown the whistle for an offside. So Malaysia players down, number 9, Dayang Manji. As we said, she'd just come onto the field. Looks like she's taken some kind of knock. Coming onto the field is Eka Radzar, somebody else who is from the Selangor club. And Singapore, holding this 12-5 advantage, have decided to go for the scrummage. This scrum feed will be from this live wire Samantha Toe, who's already made a couple of long-range line breaks in this game. So she clears the ball away from the base. And Ong pulling the Malaysians out to the right side, but the referee has again penalised Malaysia. Offside in the midfield, so Teo opts to come to the left. She doubles around and then carries the ball hard into the contact. Singapore looking after it. Victoria Chu making some progress down the left flank, but just bobbles the ball forward on the ground. So the big game that we've all been waiting for this morning coming up next. China versus Hong Kong China Women's Cup semi-final. Sure, the crowd will go wild. So we've got an injury here to one of the Singapore players. Trying to take their time and see out the clock. They want to make this plate final. So Kajol Janison with the feed, being harried there by Teo as they get the ball wide out. Really good offload from the floor there. Malaysia coming back against again Radza there, and again Singapore pinged. Malaysia go quickly. Ball has been lost forward again by Singapore. So under a minute to go, and coming onto the field, Chanel Wang. Rex Wang obviously wanted to get some fresh legs on at the very end of this game. Try and bring some energy to the Singapore defence. The last thing they will want to do is concede a score and have to go to extra time. But Jennison frees the ball. And it's a deep kick. Oh, running to the outside, Chanel Weng, newly onto the field, first touch. And it's a good one. And now Singapore look to stretch them to the right. And Radza on the outside. Nicole Tan is mown down in the wide channel there. And with about 5 seconds to go to the hooter, Singapore still in possession of this ball. And there she is, Chanel Weng, the replacement, and referee has picked up another offside infringement in the middle of the ground. So Singapore just simply need to get this ball off the field. So the tap there, bringing it towards this touchline, and Liliong kicks the ball high into the crowd, and Singapore, having been 5-0 down, come back to win 12 points to 5, and will now play in the plate final versus Kazakhstan.
Finally, my turn. I want to say a lot of things, actually. I have no time to speak. So what do you think of the Singapore's performance? Can I say something right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Probably we would like speaking about like your advice. You're still looking at the screen.
Yeah, it's just a replay of the game, so go ahead. So as we've said, I think we should focus our attention
Right.
on the
So can we like
and so here we have it. This is the
Hong Kong, China, and China,
The
two my favorite
big
teams.
matchup. Chloe Chan leading out this Hong Kong side. Chloe is from the Valley Club in Hong Kong.
Here is
and
the
she
final
is
competition for the afternoon.
matching up against Dodo, the China captain, number 15 from Jiangsu,
Let's welcome the athletes.
and
让我们欢迎
Welcome! Warmly
was
welcome
one
our
of-
two teams from Hong Kong, China, and
Team
China.
is in red.
Is
Team
in
Hong Kong,
red.
China is in blue.
Hong Kong, China in blue.
So Dodo was one of 6 of the China women's team who played in the Paris Olympics and had a fantastic sixth place
Wow, the competition is about to begin. I'm so thrilled.
position. So I can see Hong Kong have
Wow.
lost
All the audience is
Vivian
very
Poon.
cheerful.
for this, so Stephanie Chan will get this game underway.
It's about to begin. High pitch kick.
So Chloe Chan, the skipper, knocks that ball back and just monstered into touch there. Winnie Siu. So the tail gunner in this line out for Hong Kong. Well, the line out throw is by Kang Tian. Oh, and a great take there. So Dodo. And just sheer pace.
Over high.
Chen Yu with the opening score, just showing the pace and power that this China women's team have.
For China.
So she gets the opportunity to convert her own try here. So good skills there. 7 points to 0. China leading Hong Kong, China. So Chen Yu, that's her first year on the Asian 7 Series here. So there's a real buzz in the stadium here. Oh, and a good take there by Stephanie Chan to Chloe Chan, and then Grace Hood. Some good work there by Abigail. And Chloe Chan to Grace Hood. Oh. And Hong Kong lose the ball in the close contact, referee playing advantage. Dodo with a wide pass. And there she is, inside, outside, skills and pace. Try number 2 for Chen Yu.
Oh,
Big cheers from the crowd, Molly.
yes, right. I'm so excited. 12 for China. And all the audience is very cheerful. Cheer for Chinese team.
Also the China women's team.
Right,
This is the Asian 7 Series, so only with Asian sides.
right.
There is actually a World Series
right,
that has the
correct.
12 best teams in the world, and China qualified for that last year.
Right.
So this is not even China's best team playing here.
So you can see the power from the
Absolutely.
Chinese team.
Absolutely.
Right. I'm very
I would
confident
expect-
about our team.
I would expect nothing less with 1.2 billion people to choose from. China should have a very good
Right,
team.
of course.
But, the
And
women-
also, no matter rugby or basketball, Chinese girls always perform very well in a
Absolutely.
competition.
swimming, diving,
Yeah,
gymnastics.
swimming, diving.
So Gracie
Everything.
Hood fighting hard, but still deep inside the Hong Kong 22. And Winnie Siu there, adjudged to have not released the ball on the floor. And Kang Tian gets the ball, and the ball off the shins there of Chen Yu. As we said, Hong Kong very much under pressure here, but the ball has broken for them here, and Sunday Ho eventually ends up with the ball, getting it to Stephanie Chan. As I said, this is a real juxtaposed position from previous, because China have brought in 6 of their best players in the world.
Yes.
Hong Kong are actually without some of their best players because they're playing in a tournament in Dubai on the 15-a-side version of the game, where they are carrying the flag for Asian rugby at the women's WXV Division 3. So
Pretty
Stephanie
high pitch.
Chan hacks the ball forwards, but the ball breaks, and China skipper Dodo picks it up.
Wow.
And now they swing it out
Passing the ball to another.
to the right-hand side.
Still we have.
Great tackle by Gracie Hood.
Wow, what happened? Oh.
China keep control of the ball and now bring it to midfield.
Still
Supermar
12 scores lead.
and giving away the penalty. So small foothold. Stephanie Chan, the play marker, drops it off to Gracie Hood. Good ball there, and skipper Chloe Chan getting swamped in the tackle, but she's looking after the ball. And Hong Kong China get another penalty here, so a slight momentum shift, and skipper Chan calls for the scrummage.
Still 1 minute left.
So Etta Wong goes quickly after China had infringed. Chloe Chan, the skipper, to Hood. She plays a pretty direct game that gets dispossessed by Ma. And here is the speedster.
So thrilling right now.
She's scragged to the ground by Sunday Ho. As we said, another one of the Gai Wu representatives. Gai Wu, the absolute backbone of Hong Kong China women's rugby.
Time.
And a kick pass that is just going to bobble out, and that is half time. So 12 points to nil. That's a really fighting half of rugby for Hong Kong China.
Right.
They've been massively under pressure there, Molly.
Actually, no matter what, which team wins, we'll be very thrilled because they all belong to China.
It's a win for China,
Yeah,
whoever
they
wins.
just no matter which team wins, they all win for China.
So what we can say is we'll definitely be hearing the China national anthem before the women's final, because either Hong Kong China or China will be through.
Yeah.
So 2 good scores there from Chen Yu. And
So now we have like 2 minutes break, and we will have the competition for the next half part.
correct. So Andy Vilk is the
I immerse myself in this kind of atmosphere, I love this feeling very much.
So the Hong Kong China coach for the women's team is Andy Vilk,
Yes.
who played sevens rugby for England and Great Britain.
Wow.
Would have played probably at the Olympics in Rio 2016. Was certainly built on the fantastic work of previous women's coach Ian Monaghan, and taken them forward. Some of the defensive plays that Hong Kong have are now much, much stronger. And the team manager for the Hong Kong China women's team, former Wales international Paul John.
So Cookie, do you know like the main difference between rugby, the British rugby and American rugby? Do you have some
Well,
recommendation?
rugby is rugby, but obviously
It's rugby,
American
but
football, if that's what
American
you,
football.
American football is completely different game. So the game of rugby union as we're playing here, you have to pass the ball backwards. You can't throw it forwards, which is one of the main differences that you can do in NFL.
NFL.
So we start the second half.
Right.
Left to right now, China in their familiar red jerseys get the second half underway. Skipper Chloe Chan makes a good catch, and here she comes, Maggie Ao Young, and unfortunately giving the penalty away, and immediately off and running is Gao, but she gets the return pass there, and with just over 20 seconds on the clock in the second half, Hong Kong China concede. Some great interplay here from the China team, and a good score there from Gao. Her favourite player is Michaela Blyde from the New Zealand Black Ferns. Oh, and the conversion is just wide of the left-hand upright. So in 2 weeks ago in the final, it was 14-7 at half-time to China.
Wow.
But by the end of the game, the superior pace and fitness of China blew the score out to be quite significant. So I know Hong Kong will want to hang on here. Another good take from Chloe Chan, but again, China with a fantastic counter ruck. And now just fluidly moving the ball to the right flank, steps inside, and for her second try of the half here,
22 right now.
number 77, Gao. This is her debut season on the Asian Sevens
Oh really? Debut
series,
season.
debut
Wow.
season, and the conversion is good. So 24 points to 0.
Thank you.
And fantastically, we're being brought some coffee to keep us going.
Right. Being more thrilled to watch the game.
So Hong Kong, China ringing the changes. Chloe Chan, Stephanie Chan making
24
way.
now for China.
Clearly Andy Vilk has probably decided that he wants to save the players for the third, fourth place playoff. It's absolutely a mountain to climb, 24 points to 0 with only 4.5 minutes, but a poor restart there from China. So Hong Kong have a free kick back on halfway.
Yes.
Etta Wong will take this free kick, and Hong Kong just calming themselves, looking at a set move. Feints left and then goes right. Oh, and that's a really hard line from Maggie Ao Young. She's without doubt the most combative player in the Hong Kong team.
Aw.
But a really big tackle on Jamie Burke there. And Ao Young gets the ball to Burke, and high tackle there from the referee. So Ao Young goes straight,
Wow,
looking
oh
for a
my
weak
goodness.
shoulder. And China on their feet. Hong Kong penalised again. And
Oh my goodness.
here she
3
goes
minutes left here.
for the hat-trick So 3 tries is called a hat-trick in rugby.
Okay.
And so a
Thank you
hat-trick
for
try there.
educating us.
So yeah, 3 tries. So
Well, I feel like
as I feared, the China team now is opening up, and a fantastic kick there. 31 points to 0 with 2.5 minutes to go.
I'm afraid the
Phil
margin
will really want these Hong Kong ladies to put in the work in this last couple of minutes.
right.
Do everything they can to not concede and possibly score again. A knock on, and the referee's playing advantage. And Dodo rips a fantastic pass there and gets the return from Gao. As we said, already 3 tries on the board for Gao in this second half.
Oh my
And
gosh.
a great tackle there from Ao Young.
Still in the hands Chinese team.
Ao Young has been a fantastic servant of the Tigers Rugby Club in Hong Kong, as Kang Tien
Oh, 5
just
scores.
splits the defence there. She just showed the ball to the outside and then just brought it back in.
The tagger scores the first passes the ball in the other side's pole to touch ground, which is a score of 5.
So 38. Oh no, that was missed. So 36.
38.
So a really commanding second half performance where China have scored 26 points,
Wow.
setting themselves up
Oh.
for a final. So
Oh,
Maggie Ao
stealing.
Young got that ball.
Chinese team. Oh.
And so Gao absolutely
Oh my
putting
goodness.
Hong Kong to the sword there. Try number 4 in this second half. And a big chase there from the Hong Kong defence,
5,
but
4, 3,
43
2,
points
1. Time is
have
up.
been shipped, and that's a decent looking kick,
Oh,
but away, and
43.
China will get one more opportunity. Just in front of us, we can see injured Hong Kong player Vivian Poon, unable to play any part in today's events. And that looked like a knock-on by China. Hong Kong one last opportunity.
Oh.
But unfortunately,
Oh my God.
going backwards here. Not only is the attack from China devastating, their defence is fairly suffocating. Yet to concede a point so far this weekend. Oh, Maggie Ao Young again competing for all she's worth. On a loose ball, but well picked up there by Wong Si Ying. Oh, and China dispossess Hong Kong. Yan Mei Ling slips the ball out. And Hong Kong, oh sorry, China, fantastic handling skills. First inside, then outside. She has the skills, the pace, and try number 5 for Gao Xiao Yang. And all 5 of her tries coming in the second half. It's a pretty amazing feat to score 5 tries in 7 minutes of sevens rugby. And Juliet Liao.
I hope the margin would be that big, actually.
And it's 48 points to 0.
Right.
An absolutely fantastic win there for China, putting a real line underneath their dominance in
Do you
this
think that's fantastic?
Yeah, it's a. I'm all about seeing good skill, and the China ladies are a very skillful, well organised.
And I am so impressed by their speed and flexibility today.
Yeah.
And they are always, you know, their condition, they're always moving and know what they're doing. But I'm afraid the margin won't be that too big.
Yeah, no, that was a absolutely commanding performance. Absolutely commanding performance by the China women, and showing why they are currently the #1 ranked team. So
Hong Kong, China, 48 to 0.
the next game up is Thailand versus Japan.
Thailand versus Japan. I don't know that Thailand is so strong.
And so semi-final 2
This
is
is
about
the last team of semi-final, I'm afraid. Thailand vs Japan.
So Thailand on the left in their yellow and blue, and Japan The girls excited, waving to the camera.
Right, they're smiling to the camera. Last team for today's semi-final.
Let's welcome the Emirates!
Welcome.
让我们欢迎双方运动员入场。
Wow.
Team Thailand is in yellow. Team Japan is in red.
Thailand in yellow. Japan in
The
red.
黄色队服的是泰国队，
Japan team
红色队服
have
的
very,
是日
very
本队。
difficult numbers to
Against
read in
Team
commentary.
Thailand and Team Japan. Welcome.
So their jersey sponsor is Canterbury, and I know the man who works at Canterbury, Mr. Simon Leung.
Okay.
So I'm going to speak to him and say that they need to have more distinctive numbers.
Yeah, that's probably part of the culture, I'm afraid.
So
I'm looking forward to today's competition.
so Japan would be the overwhelming favourites.
Wow.
The overwhelming
Let's get started.
favourites for this game.
High pitch kick.
And Thailand failed to get the ball into play from the early kickoff there. Our referee for this game is
Sunny Lee.
Sunny Lee from Hong Kong, China.
Oh, from Hong Kong, China.
She was also one of the match officials at the recent Paris Olympics, and also was the referee in the Asian Rugby Championship game between
Wow.
Japan and Kazakhstan.
Last.
One of Hong Kong's really bright prospects as a referee. Absolutely crucial for the game of rugby that we get referees into the sport.
Oh my goodness.
And so holding the ball on the floor there. Japanese team bustling away, quite a strong breeze at their backs now. And Ichok with a good tackle there, but making some good ground, powering through the contact there. On a good step. Maisie running inside 5 metres from the line, but has lost the ball. So referee Sunny Lee awards a penalty, or not a penalty, scrummage to Japan. So the Japan scrum half, Natsumi Takahashi.
Takahashi.
So she clears the ball and just runs down the blind side, trying to pull the Thai defence all the way over to that left edge. Ghosting through the first tackle, but scragged, and Sunny Lee gives the penalty to Thailand. So they're clearly haven't read the script, which is good to see. Really competitive Thai team this weekend. Good skills, pace and power. Finally carrying the ball outside the 22 and pushing the ball ahead, forcing Japan to turn, recover the ball back inside their own half. Some good footwork there, but a good tackle. Oh, good hands. But the referee says that that ball has just drifted forwards. So scrum with a Thai feed.
Half the time passed.
Nan Nawa Kaur passes the ball to her scrum half, Witiyaron Nayut. She's from the Nakhon Ratchasima club in Thailand. Thailand with a split attack here. Somebody directly behind the scrummage and players left and right. Thailand forced to work hard to recover that ball. Oh, some fantastic defence there from Japan, but good breakdown skills from Thailand as they recover the ball and they again kick it deep. This is a good tactic, trying to force Japan to come from deep here. Decent chase line, but they've broken through here, and a good ball. More great defence here from the Thai team, but eventually running out of numbers. And a good score there from Taniyama. And it's taken Japan a long time to break down this Thai defence. It's been pretty hard work. So,
5 score.
So a wide out conversion here, but does have the aid of the breeze. So she kicked well yesterday, and that is a good kick.
Wow.
But doesn't quite make it. So 5-0. Japan lead Thailand in this Cup semi-final number 2 here at the Asian 7 Series. Asia Rugby announcing big new sponsor in Emirates Airlines on Friday. Good take from Thailand. They clear the ball here. Oh, some great work jackling over the ball from Japan.
Oh.
Good offload in the close contact there. Some really good skills here. Oh, and a good step inside. And that was Takahashi. Try number 2 for her. First off one foot, then the other.
10
Beats
for Japan.
So carefully lining up this conversion attempt. Oh, and a fantastic strike, but just off to the right hand side of the posts. She has a very meticulous pre-shot routine. Does Taniyama. So 10 points to 0. And a good kick-off receipt there from Thailand. They move this ball now crisply to the left. Oh, and that was a fantastic ball to the inside there from Jaijarim. But Liam Rat dropped the ball, and they finally won the ball back on the far side of the pitch. And now some green grass and a ball inside. And could this be a score? Oh, and the last pass not quite to hand, and a knock on. But Thailand very nearly registering a first score right at the end of that second half. But as we go to half time, Japan with a 10-0 lead. Molly, what do you make of that?
What do you mean by what?
Do you think this is a good game, or how do you think if Japan win, who do you think would win the final,
you know,
China or Japan?
Firstly, I will, like, of course, congratulate you. No matter which kind of team will win, and of course I will congratulate to them. But I'm afraid that, well, I really immersed myself in this atmosphere, so I hope that if the margin is small, then it will be more fantastic, you know, and more thrilling. Yes. So I hope, like in a previous competition, the score is 38 to 0. So I feel so sad about that. I just wanted, like, Hong Kong, China had more scores. So
Yeah.
the same in this competition. It will be more thrilling if the margin is small.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
I hope they can outperform well.
certainly these.
What do you think? What do you think?
Well, the 4 teams that are
Right.
contesting the Cup semi-finals, China, Hong Kong, China,
Yeah.
Japan and Thailand,
Yes.
are probably a little bit better than the other 4 teams in the competition,
Okay.
and they probably have a slightly more professional approach. I know many of the Japan ladies are full-time. Certainly Hong Kong and China, most of their players will be full-time rugby players,
Oh,
so they don't have to go to work or school or anything else. They can focus.
they're like
Yeah.
full-time. They just train for
Yeah.
all day.
I would
Okay.
imagine that many of the Thailand team,
Ah.
probably some of them will fly home tomorrow morning,
Oh, yes,
and
no
will have to go
wonder.
to work on
Right,
Tuesday.
correct.
So
But
they-
but you know, also I was impressed by their performance. I think they did very well.
I think
Right.
Thailand have been superb, but for a huge tackle back
Right.
at the end there, it could easily have been 10-7. So the ball has gone backwards there as Thailand try and run the ball from deep inside their own 22. They've been under a huge amount of pressure for most of this game, but have acquitted themselves really well so far. Deep in their own half here.
Still 10.
This is some really oppressive defence by the Japanese
Yes.
ladies. And now behind their own goal line here. Oh, and trying to make the breakout. But Japan have the pace and power. That is a really combative run there.
Oh.
And for the second time in a row, the final pass goes begging. And Thailand makes some changes. Jae Eng Job coming onto the field. She's also from the Rachisima club. And also some changes coming from the field. Ohashi for Japan, customarily turning and bowing to the field as she leaves it. So Thailand with the feed to this scrummage. And it's a little bit messy, and Japan have got onto this ball, and now they move it wide. And just stretching Thailand here, but as she stretched out for the score, the ball has bobbled forwards. So more changes, and Tip Manisai coming onto the field for Thailand, trying to freshen up those legs, keep some bite in this defence. The score is only 10 points to 0. If Thailand could somehow claw their way out of their own 22, get down the field and get the first score of this second half, it would be absolutely game on. So Japan ran out convincing winners yesterday evening against Hong Kong, China in the final pool game. And another mistake under pressure there. by the Thai ladies just in front of their own posts, about 6 meters out.
We still have 4.5 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. Probably the result will be changed. Oh, we need umbrella. What happened? So yeah, we can see the screen more clearly.
Having to put the umbrella up so that we can see the monitor
Yeah.
in the commentary booth here. So referee Sunny Lee puts the clock back on. So Japan have both sides of this scrummage at their mercy. Thailand come up in defence, some really solid defence from them, forcing the Japanese to play the ball away. And again to the wide outside, but the ball drifts forward. So Thailand get another opportunity to clear their own 22 here. Some great defence on the blind side of that scrummage. It looks like Ishida and Nagaoka. Coming on both sides, rolling the substitutes. And Yiwa Michok with the red ribbon around her ponytail is coming on and taking the first receiver position. So she takes the ball, good step inside, good breakdown work from Thailand. So
she takes the ball.
Oh, great step there. And does she have the legs to go all the way? She certainly does. And that is a fantastic score for Witi Yaron Nayut.
Great Thailand.
That is a captain score. She's also from the Nakhon Ratchasima club. So really gritting her teeth there, but she just eased in for the score. And the conversion is good. 10-7 Japan lead Thailand with just under 3 minutes to go. What a fantastic second cup semi-final.
Right.
So, ooh, that could be, I think, a yellow card. Yep, that is a crucial mistake, taking the player in the air. So Sunny Lee, no hesitation, immediately reaching for the yellow card. And Thailand here choosing to not defend with a scrum half, which should make this very easy for Japan to clear this ball away. But they put the ball down, and Thailand
love and hate this weather.
So Japan just outside their own 22. They've actually knocked the ball on. So with a minute to go,
yes,
Thailand.
1 minute to go. 7.
Thailand just 3 points down. But they do only have 6 players on the field, with Liam Rutt being in the sin bin.
I am so excited to see him in a camera.
So Some crazy people waving to the crowd or waving to the cameras.
Yes.
Hey mum, look at me.
But thanks to our enthusiastic audience, you know, to make the stadium more interesting, powerful.
So great opportunity here. Yaron Nayut, the try scorer, has given Thailand a lifeline in this game. Less than a minute to go as she clears the ball, and that is a big mistake under pressure from Michuk. And that
oh my goodness, I'm sorry.
could be the last opportunity.
Right.
Again, Thailand choosing not to play a halfback.
Not to play a halfback.
So that means an easy ball away for Japan, and they're carving off the meters here.
Oh my God.
Made fully 20 meters from that scrummage.
Oh.
But offside. And so Japan, so right at the end here, Thailand restored to 7 players.
7 players.
Rather interesting that Japan opted for the scrummage. With the hooter blowing, they could easily have tapped it and then put the ball out over the sideline. And that's what they choose to do. And they book their final spot, 10 points to 7 against China women later on this afternoon. Right. So what a fantastic semi-final. I think that
the result is
7 to 10.
I think that the ladies from Thailand would be at the same time both pleased with their performance, but probably disappointed and feel that they let the game get away from them there. They could easily have won that. Right at the end of the first half, they had a clear and easy run in for a score, and they managed to knock the ball forwards. Anyway,
I think Thailand tried their best. They're still catching up, and it's 2-7, so that is also a good result actually compared to Japan.
The referee. 主裁判 2. Assistant referee. 助理裁判 Anna. Assistant referee. 助理裁判陈卓。 the Emirates.
让我们欢迎双方运动员入场。
Team Singapore is in white. Team Thailand is in blue.
身穿
Thailand
白色队服的是新加坡队，身穿蓝色队服的是泰国队。
Thailand.
The game between Team Singapore and Team Thailand will start soon.
新加坡队与泰国队的比赛即将开始。
So this is the final game. The 7th, 8th place playoff, playing for all important ranking points in the Asian 7 Series. And Thailand in the red and blue here get first possession. Oh, great hands there. Oh, this is superb play from the Thai men's team. Taking off, or carrying on. So Thailand keeping possession of this ball. And Jack Chai gets the ball inside, and that's an opening score for Ben Janda. Great work here from Jack Chai. Just feeds the ball on the inside, and Janda had the power to keep driving forward and just stays in. So an opportunity here to extend the lead. Ben Janda got injured in the final pool game yesterday and had to leave the field at a crucial time. And the kick is missed, so 5 points to 0. Thailand are leading. So Singapore get their hands on the ball for the first time, but immediately give away a penalty. Thailand pushing hard down this blind side. Some good work there from Krad Krayang. Again, Jai Kit or Jack Chai. So Janda runs hard. Some good hands and getting it wide out to Krad Krayang in for the second score. So this is a really good start for the Thai team. So Singapore yet to really get their hands on the ball in this game so far. Terateen Warakit with the attempt at the conversion into this stiff breeze and not able to make it. So 10 points to 0.
Thailand.
High hanging kick. But looks like he was taken out in the air. The lifting pod have to be very careful when players are off the ground. So Singapore with their first opportunity to run with the ball. Already carrying the ball nearly to halfway. So they go first left, then right. Decent run there from Declan Martins. And Jeffredin and Papa John Wong has been one of their star players so far this weekend. So putting on some moves there, but the Thai defence having none of it, and they bundle Charlie Chong Yao, who plays for the Wanderers Club in Singapore. So Anna Chin, not sure if it's Anna Chin Skywalker, but Thailand come away with this ball, setting up a ruck in midfield there, and Singapore yet again giving away the penalty midfield and bringing the guys back in for a scrummage. So Thailand feeding this scrummage. Dekmani bounces out to the right, gets the ball into the hands of Jack Chai. This real live wire pace man. And I think that'll be a penalty for deliberately knocking the ball down. Probably a yellow card. So Papa John Wong, 2 minutes on the naughty chair. So again, Thailand opting for the scrummage.
So are they the same, like full-time like part-time training, not full-time for the men rugby teammates?
I would imagine that
Yeah.
Singapore men and Thailand men will be many part-timers. Lots of people in the military and police force in the Thai team. Again, Thailand coming off their feet there, giving Singapore another opportunity to run back. And
However,
Adam Vine, little show and go there. And let's not forget that Singapore are doing this with only 6 men on the field. So that is a tremendous effort
5
to
for Singapore.
cut the deficit. And that is a crucial lifeline for them in this second half.
Yes, right. How many time we still have for the second half? If they
So-
win 1 round more, then
So the this is the final game for each of these. So the deficit is cut to 10 points to 7. So this game is to
Right.
determine 7th and 8th. So whoever wins is 7th, ranked in the tournament.
right.
The loser is 8th. And the next game will be the 5th, 6th ranking game. Which will be between Malaysia,
And
the UAE.
UAE and Malaysia.
So Bin Rossley, the Singapore coach, will be telling his charges that they've clawed their way back into this game and not to give up any hope here.
And actually for United Arab Emirates, you know, like in 2021 they have finished like the tournaments, and the place was qualified for 7-Man Rugby World Cup in 2022. So I'm afraid like in this country people are specialized in playing rugby.
Yeah, it's a tough sport.
Right. So now is Malaysia vs UAE, the final competition.
The
Whites
that
or
will be the next game. So this is still Singapore versus
Singapore versus
Thailand.
Okay.
So it's evenly poised. Singapore trailing
Wow.
by just 3 points. On a great take there from Jack Chai, rising above. And a good tackle there. Singapore still down to 6 men.
Wow.
And Adam Vine scrags him to the floor, but gets caught on the wrong side there. Still playing advantage. So wide open spaces here. Attacking back to the right hand side here. Wisely cuts back against the grain. And number 20, Test Dekmani from the Thai Royal Navy. Just puts on the afterburners. And Johnny Jet shoes. So that makes it 15-7 with the kick to come. Singapore now restored to 7 men.
Who's that? If the rugby is out of the ground, and then the skull will.
Sorry, Molly, what was the question?
Like if the rugby is out of
The ball.
grounds, right?
Yeah.
The field, then it doesn't mean something, right? Like the score won't be counted.
Yeah, you've got to stay within the field of play at all times. So, Singapore, Thailand, 15-7.
7.
So that's a great counter ruck by Malaysia. Sorry, by Thailand.
Yes.
Singapore had won that ball, but a really strong counter ruck. And Thailand. So here come the mechanics. Thai player out on their feet here.
Their potential, I mean, for Singapore team. Oh, thank you. China, Hong Kong, Singapore, Thailand. Yeah, Singapore, Thailand.
So some attention here
Yes.
for the Thai player on the field.
Wow.
Hopefully we will not require the stretcher, but Thai player obviously in some level of distress.
Malaysia. Oh, be careful. Wait.
Okay, I will take it.
Thank you, Molly. Who's
It's
that?
like this more assistant today.
Japan. So still down on his haunches, the Thai player, being attended to. This is quite some break. So looks like he might be making his way to the touchline. Looks like it's Ben Janda again. As I say, he left the field yesterday evening in some distress. But it looks like he's staying on.
So they pause for some.
And the CEO of Asia Rugby is offering Molly and I a hot cup of coffee.
So nice.
Oh, fantastic tackle there by Papa John Wong, but a great follow-up. Fantastic follow-up, and the score there by Patchpol Patapi. Just let the ball go and turned, and what a great finish in the end. But that was a superb tackle back by Papa John Wong. So double blast on the whistle there. And we have a injury in the corner here to Wong. So a really, really deep kick that's going to run dead. So that will go back to be a free kick on halfway for Singapore. There's just under 3 minutes to go for this game, and a 13-point deficit. Not beyond the realms of possibility, but it would require 2 converted scores from Singapore. But they are now into the Thai half. And Sean there with a good strong carry. Papa John Wong gets the ball, and that is a great show and go there by Jeffredin. He'll want to get round as tight as he possibly can. So cuts the deficit to 8 points. This is a crucial conversion. If he can get this, they are within 1 score of Thailand. So Jeffredin with the opportunity to convert his own try. Oh, it's a decent strike, but just off to the left. So Thailand holding an 8-point advantage.
Singapore.
Oh, and they fail to get the ball 10 metres, and sweeping onto it, Krad Krayang
5 again, 25 for Thailand.
Puts the 7th place beyond doubt now. Thailand, that was a really good take as he just canters in. Krad Krayang, his nickname is Job. He's one of the members of the Royal Thai Navy. And the conversion is good, so 27 points to 12. Thailand have
Singapore.
So Thailand will have this kick-off. So high hanging kick. Well grabbed there by Zaidan. Shauna giving away the so a final set of substitutions, making sure that Thailand get through. So that is the final hooter. So Thailand will get the feed to this. And he bangs that deep into the crowd. And Thailand run out deserved 27-12 winners to secure the 7th ranking spot in here in Hangzhou.
12-27.
女士们、先生们，本场比赛结束，比赛结果是12-27。
Thailand.
Up next is the team Malaysia and team United.
The next team is Malaysia. We always mention Malaysia.
即将进行的比赛
The
是
next team is Malaysia
对阵
and
巴西球队的比赛
UAE.
请持续关注。
So this is the plate.
Correct pronunciation of the team. Hello.
The referee.
主裁判，
So we are back live here
助理裁判，
with Malaysia versus the UAE.
UAE and Malaysia.
And this is the plate final in the men's competition and the Hangzhou leg of the Asian 7 Series. So these men's teams lining up here. UAE and Malaysia both had wins in their semi-finals this morning.
Wow.
Malaysia led out by skipper Chang Ahmad and Matthew Richards leading out the UAE.
The AFP Team Malaysia and Team United Arab Emirates well fought.
马来西亚队对阵阿联酋队的比赛即将开始。
So kicking off from left to right with their red jerseys on, Malaysia into this relatively stiff breeze. It's a deep, high hanging kick. But Naisal yet again with a good carry there. UAE. And there he is, the big man, ball in one hand again. He carries the rugby ball in his one hand like it's a tennis ball. So Naisal puts the moves on inside and out, but the ball just bobbles forward. Malaysia have come away with this, the referee playing advantage. Seeing that it's not on to the left. The skipper there, Ahmad, springs them down the blind side there. UAE being stretched all the way out to the flank here. And Adam Alias is chasing this. And UAE speedster Muhammad Ali. Oh, great ball. Offload Sonny Bill style to Aaron Dubois. Ethan Matthews there holding the ball up in midfield. Dubois clearing out. And Naisal knocks the ball on, but the referee initially plays advantage, but brings it back for a scrum feed. So a very, very quiet stadium here.
Yes.
At the moment. But Malaysia get awarded the penalty. So Muhammad Ali gives away penalty on the floor there, so great opportunity for Malaysia to possibly take a line out, but they don't. They make the decision to go for the scrummage. So much heavier scrummage here for the UAE. Big wide passes from Malaysia here. Look to try and get round the outside of this UAE defence. Oh, and he drops it on the toe. And Ali is back for this one. He steps, but he's got him by the shirt, and Muhammad Ali gives his UAE defenders plenty of time to get back, but they didn't release. So I think the ball's gone backwards there. Ratu Vathana, the big Fijian, loses the ball on the floor. And oh, some fantastic defence right at the base of the post here. And some really, really good defence here from the UAE. Really scrambling well. So the score still 0-0. Malaysia move off to the right. And UAE with that scrambling defence have forced Malaysia to cough the ball up. And UAE now with the opportunity to clear their lines from this scrummage. And UAE bringing on Luke Dreyer. Is that fireworks or gunfire in the background I can hear?
You experienced 2 kind of seasons in one day, summer and autumn.
So Naisel tries to bring the ball away, gets the ball into the hands of Ali. Figure that if he's going to make a big run, here he is, the Muhammad Ali, the speedster, doesn't make the mistake that he made yesterday and just eases up so that he doesn't put too much pressure on that hamstring of his, and he eventually puts the ball down in front of Zamri. And Muhammad Ali there with somewhat of a try celebration. Not quite sure who he's mimicking there.
High score for UAE right now. Let's see what happened within 1 minute.
But Naisel is good with the conversion. So 7 points to 5. UAE lead Malaysia.
5-2 now.
So the TV Chiron score is wrong there. 7-0 to the UAE. Good take there from Zamri.
Oh.
But some really good counter rucking.
Counter rocking.
A big high kick from Azidad. But Naisel brings it back hard. And right on the hooter here. Muhammad Ali steps inside and lays up a really, really good ball there for Farid Dupree.
Jeez. 5 scores for
yeah,
UAE.
in the space of 30 seconds of game time,
yeah,
the UAE have broken out of their half and made 2 scores. So 12 points to 0.
12 points to nail.
And Naisel has the opportunity to extend that out to 14. Steadies himself. Oh, and off the woodwork.
Oh.
So the score remains 12 points to 0
Right.
to the UAE in this all-important plate final, which will determine 5th and 6th place here at the Asian 7 Series. So there it is, Naisel in replay here.
We still have 2 minutes. Right.
And as we watch some of this replay here, so Naisel gets that ball to Muhammad Ali and he just eases his way into the line this time. Cramped up yesterday a couple of times. So he's just checking there, using all of the clock, and dots it down. And unfortunately, we didn't get the replay of his wild try celebration. But thankfully, the sun has now passed behind us.
Correct.
So we are in the shade.
Watching the competition.
So
Nice feeling.
So Malaysia would be pretty disappointed with the end to that first half, having had all the pressure. They allowed the scrambling defence of the UAE to keep them out.
But we still have the second part.
Second half to go. 12-0 UAE leading. Coach Perolini be pretty happy with the end to that first half from the UAE. He'd also be very happy with the way that the UAE scrambled in defence. A couple of times they were really stretched, but managed to keep them out. And that, as my old friend Steve McKinnon would say, was rubbish. A really terrible start to the second half from the UAE, giving the ball immediately to Malaysia, giving them an opportunity. UAE committing way too many people to the ruck, and Malaysia. JJ Wan Omar, just like his favourite player, Jerry Tuwai, skips through. So JJ Wan Omar, we watch this, some goose steps there, and just inside the despairing grasp of Liam Caldwell. And the conversion is off to the right, so the score remains at 12-5. So early on in this second half, an early strike for Malaysia, bringing the UAE into touching distance. UAE dangerously let this ball bounce in their own half. Eventually they gather the ball. Luke Dreyer trying to get the ball to the speedster Ali, who loses the ball in the contact. So this is a terrible start to the second half for the UAE, but a good score for EJ Azidad from Johor. So they've now closed the gap to 10 points to 12. Really falling asleep at the wheel. And some changes. Xavier White coming on. And the big man, Imosi Ratu Vithana Ua. He's the big number one, obviously of Fijian descent, but now residing in the UAE. So Malaysia have really come roaring back. Great take by Dubois. Ethan Matthews there. And there's the big man on the wide outside. He won't want to go the full distance. But some good hands here, and Caldwell now carries it to the line. Dubois steps inside, but then gets knocked backwards in a tackle, but Caldwell is there to cover the ball up. UAE got a man down in back play. Oh. And a small knock on as Xavier White, the new man onto the field, started to try and race away. So we've got some big games coming up. We will have, after this game, the 7th and 8th place playoff between UAE and Malaysia in the women's game. Then Kazakhstan versus Singapore in the plate final. Then we are into the bronze medal matches, and finally the gold medal match. So Malaysia feed this scrummage trailing 10 points to 12. Some good work down this flank, but penalised. And another infringement there from Malaysia. UAE trying to work the ball out of their half. And Isao.
Oh my god. Ah. Oh, can they?
And some decent play there from Isao. Whilst he's got the footwork, doesn't have the out-and-out gas to go all the way. Some really good work chasing back there from the Malaysian defence. Coming onto the field, Farid Fauzi. Some fresh legs from the Selangor club. So Malaysia with the feed to this scrummage. They've got 2 minutes to make up this 2-point deficit. And they clear the ball away from the scrummage. Oh, some good footwork there from Azidad. And now they rip the ball out to the far left wing, and they look to have worked some space, and they're in behind the UAE here. Caldwell is over that ball, but hands on the floor, so crucial penalty here. Malaysia go quickly. Oh, some great work, and it's that man again, JJ Wan Omar. He tries to take up as much time as he can, but there is a minute to go, so great work here from Wan Omar. If I can say, a slightly more rotund gentleman, but he's got pace and power in those legs. So a good kick. And that takes the score out to 17 points to 12. First time that Malaysia have been in the lead in this game. UAE held a 12 points to 0 lead. All the points have been scored in the same direction. So with about 15 seconds on the clock, and the hooter goes. Malaysia just have to make absolutely sure that they don't let the UAE out of their own half here. Just 5 metres off their own line now. UAE working to get this ball. Isao slips the first tackle. Liam Caldwell brings that ball back in, and he tries to play the ball to Dubois, but it was a knock on, and the referee just consulting. And that is a knock on with the final play, and Malaysia run out 17-12 winners over the UAE, who will be bitterly disappointed, having led the game 12 points to nil. They a minute to go. Could I grab my battery,
Oh yes.
please? Thank you.
Yeah, it's your battery.
Thanks. Five minutes to kick off.
5 minutes to kick off.
欢迎双方运动员入场。
So we are here back in the women's competition, 7th, 8th place playoff between
身穿绿色队服的是阿联酋队，身穿蓝色队服的是马来西亚队。
and Malaysia. So the UAE in their chain strip of green, Malaysia wearing their chain strip of blue. And UAE will be kicking off, playing from right to left. Both these teams have played some absolutely fantastic games and still find themselves in the 7th, 8th playoff game. Radza, the first Malaysian player to carry it into contact as they move the ball from right to left. Oh, and it's a great break up the middle there by Anna Aziz. It's a long, long way to go, but she's outstripped the defence. Georgia Barber chases her down, but from inside her own 22, that was a big long run. She just stayed relaxed and let it go. Great start to the game. And Dina Sadali from the Selangor club nails the extras, 7 points to 0. Barely a minute on the clock. So that was a fantastic run from Aziz from the Perlis club. Oh, Tara Cooney. Her finest moment there. She just spills the ball forward. It gives Malaysia another opportunity to attack from here. Jennison, scrum half, clears the ball away. Azizan holding on the floor, and Ali comes away. Some really good work there from Amanda Hamian. But a knock on by the UAE. Just playing Malaysia back into this game. So Jennison and Ali, these two tiny scrum halves, and Ali just transgressing offside there. So Malaysia looking to spread the ball wide and early. Sam Subari gets the ball out to Aziz again, and she's in for a second try. So those two long runs, she looks a bit weary as she gets up. But Azizan pats her on the head and says, well done. Despairing tackle on the touchline there. But Aziz is in for try number 2. A good looking kick, but falls short. So 12 points to 0, Malaysia leading the early part of the first half of this game.
I just came back, I just found the margin is pretty big, 12 to Malaysia.
Yeah, it's been a good start from them so far. And Radza with a really powerful carry there. And yet again, Malaysia more of the same, looking to spread the ball wide. As he's on the ball again, but she cuts inside this time. Oh, and a really strong run into the contact there, and the ball's gone forwards. And the mechanics sprinting out onto the field there. As we get towards the end of day 2, everybody playing their 5th game now. Bodies are a little bit tired, a little bit sore.
Yes, the time of the competition is pretty long, but
the crowd,
still enjoy it.
The crowd here just calming themselves a little bit. The big medal games that are come, and they'll be hoping for glory in the final game of the day, where China take on Japan in the women's final. Oh, big fight back here.
Whoa.
Oh, powering through.
Gosh.
Great work there from Georgia Barber. Oh, and a good counter ruck there, Ali. And now the ball to Holly Murphy. Tara Cooney trying to get the ball out, but just bobbles the ball forwards there. So absolutely fantastic run there from Georgia Barber. She fully carried her would-be tackler about 15 metres after the initial contact was made. Tara Cooney taking a well-earned rest, makes her way to the sideline for the UAE.
1.5 minutes left. Still 12-2. Malaysia's leading.
Oh, this is a fantastic run. Does Jennison have the wheels to go all the way? And the answer is an emphatic yes. Kajol Jennison, again from the Perlis Club. She has a hero in Portia Woodman, and that was a very Portia Woodman-esque type.
Right now. Oh my goodness, I'm afraid it's
So there's some
something happened.
the flags above the
Flying to us.
above the VIP area have come down. So
be
the ball
careful.
not going 10 metres there from Malaysia, so holding this 17-0 lead. So as the hooter goes, Ali, the scrum half for the UAE, and that's a really good line there.
So fantastic.
So Ali, and a good step inside the tackle, and Holly Murphy gathers it. She's powering towards the line, and she gets there. That's another fantastic score. She did really well to wait for that ball to bounce and pop up for her. Would have been so easy to have grabbed at it and knocked it on. Yeah, she did really well there, and she had a lot of work to do.
Right.
But a fantastic score. Sam Sabari putting her under all sorts of pressure, and that's a much needed score for the UAE on half time. And it's a high hanging conversion attempt, but 17-5 at half time.
Yes.
So a little bit of drama there, Molly, as the flags
Right.
came down on top of the VIP area.
Yes, right. Maybe that means we can like get closer to different regions and countries.
I think it looks like the staff are unfurling the flags that have got caught up in the wind. Yeah, just unfurling them. They've been up there all day.
So we still have Malaysia, UAE this time. We still have
So yeah, second half.
second half, right? But how many like teams left? How many?
So after this game, there are
Right.
5 more games.
5 more games. Still a long time. I say hello to them. I want to say hello to them. I want to say hello to audience. Let's say hello to audience.
And so as we come back,
To the second half of the competition,
yeah,
right? Still Malaysia vs UAE.
Malaysia leading 17 points to 5, but a crucial score
Right.
to keep them in the hunt for UAE. Holly Murphy just before half time. Oh, strong tackle there.
Wow.
Good pick up there by Barber. And Ali there. And she doubles around but gets scragged, and Holly Murphy comes onto a tight ball there. And respite there for UAE as they win the penalty about 15 metres from their own line. Oh, great ball to Holly Murphy, and a good tap tackle there by Jennison, showing that she's not only good on the attacking side of the ball, but the ball just spilled forward there by the UAE, so Malaysia get an opportunity to just draw breath. Great great break by Ali, offloading the ball to Holly Murphy, and a superb tackle back by Jennison. Try score at in the first half. She feeds the ball. Oh, and they've put the ball on the toe, but Sam Sabari had gone a little bit too quickly and was offside. So UAE calling for the scrummage. Alexandra Cook. So Tara Cooney back on the field. Amanda Hamian makes way for it as Ali feeds the ball. Clears it to Cook, who gets the ball on the double round. She gets free, and the ball's picked up on the bounce. Strong tackle there from Malaysia. Barber brings the ball back. Hannah Underhill gets turned over. And running a long way, taking metre after metre. But Tara Cooney, great work there. And off she goes. Shows inside and outside and goes around Radza. But she's being hunted down, and that is a great tackle. Gets the ball up to Holly Murphy. Oh, phenomenal work. And Holly Murphy picks herself up, having been tackled. That is what we call play. So they really worked hard there, the UAE, and have brought this game back in range at 17-10 with a kick to come. Some great defence there. Two phenomenal tacklebacks from Malaysia scrambling. Oh, and the conversion is good. 17-12, all to play for. Just under 3 minutes to go. So there's been a real shift in momentum from 17-0 to 17-12. UAE are coming roaring back in this game. The ball goes just beyond the 10. And the referee adjudges that to have gone forward. Not what I was seeing, but it does give Jennison the opportunity to feed this ball. 2 minutes to go. And good pressure there. And a genuine tight head strike of the ball. And Barber does really well driving through there. Now Eve Robinson takes the quick tap. Well brought in. Some real strong defence in the wide channels here from Malaysia. And UAE guilty of giving the penalty away. And away she goes. Absolutely caught UAE on the hop there. So 22-12. 10-point lead with only a minute to go. So I think maybe Malaysia have done just enough now. UAE had really clawed their way back into this game with that Holly Murphy try. But a great kick. So 24-12, so 12-point deficit. UAE would need 2 converted scores to win this game from here, and there's barely 40 seconds to go. The ball bounces, Murphy picks it up. UAE, Robinson, that will be a yellow card. She stuck out a mitt there. Mohammed Ridwan, better known as Oggy, will sit out the rest of this game, but the hooter is about to go. So Malaysia have done the job and they will be ranked 7th. But the UAE looking for a little bit of pride here. Cooney again in the wide channels. Alexandra Cook doing well. Georgia Barber running a straight line. Murphy following up behind her, and Eve Robinson. Ball still in play. UAE doing everything they can here. Alexandra Cook, and she throws a huge dummy. Huge dummy there. And after the hooter, she is sucking in the big ones. Alexandria Cook. Narrows the gap to just 7 points, but it's too little too late, unfortunately, for the UAE. And the conversion is wide, and that is it. Malaysia 7th, UAE in 8th place. And you feel very much that UAE left that just a little bit too late. They really let Malaysia get into that game.
The result is
19 to 24.
女士们、先生们，本场比赛结束，比赛结果是19比24。
So just five more games to go.
即将进行的是哈萨克团队对新加坡队的比赛，请持续关注。 助理裁判杨如梦
Assistant referee.
助理裁判陈卓。
Wow, the flags are rising right now. So fantastic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 flags. And China and Hong Kong, China were in the middle. The competition is approaching.
Let's welcome the athletes.
welcome the athletes.
双方运动员入场。
Wow.
Team Kazakhstan is in blue. Team Singapore is in red.
Singapore in
身穿蓝
red.
色队服的是哈萨克斯坦队，
Kazakhstan in
身穿红
white.
色队服的是新加坡队。
So
I have some feelings right now. I'm worried about the rules and immerse myself in atmosphere of competition.
So this is the plate final
Yeah.
for the women's competition.
Yes.
These two teams met in the final game of pool play yesterday evening, and the UAE won the game 45 points to 0. So Singapore have got a big turnaround to try and do
Right.
if they want to revenge the score from last night.
Absolutely revenge for the competition.
So kicking off from left to right in the white, Kazakhstan. And a lively start from Singapore. As I say, they'll want to erase the memory of the game last night. And Kazakhstan immediately give a penalty away. Singapore playing with a lot of energy in the early part of this game. So they move the ball to the right. Good tackle there by Abisheva. Good continuity and breakdown work though from Singapore, until the commentators curse and they throw the ball on the floor. So 2:35 in the afternoon here, Hangzhou, China.
Hangzhou, China.
At the mouth of the Yangtze River Delta. Oh, good take there. Kazakhstan with their first real possession in this game. Getting the ball out to Krasavina. Great offload to Becker. Krasavina again moves the ball infield. Singapore come up with it, but Kruchinkina almost had that ball. Tulaganova in the wide channel there, making a real pest of herself in defence, but giving away the penalty. So it's been an all-action 2 minutes so far, but no score. And Singapore inside their own 22 call for the scrummage. Problems with the flag technology to our left.
Yeah.
The wind is really affecting flags.
Yes.
It's not
the stadium seems very quiet.
Not
right
easy
now.
to see the wind on the TV, but it's a pretty strong breeze blowing at the backs of Singapore here. Some good work over the top of the ball there by Abisheva, getting the ball to Krasavina, who lightning quick dots down in the corner. So Abisheva brings the ball back. She looks very, very keen to get on with this. Good direction on the kick, but into the teeth of a stiff breeze. And
wow.
Amazingly, they start to raise the flags again.
Right. There may be
I'm
some.
not entirely sure why they think it's going to be any different this time.
It's more technical problems with the flag.
So Kazakhstan failing to get the kickoff. The required 10 metres, so free kick halfway for Singapore. Singapore moving this ball, but the final pass throwing the ball to the floor.
Oh my goodness.
So we have a line out far side of the field in front of the main stand. Abisheva with the throw. And good take in the middle of the line out there. Becker, really good run at the weak shoulders, and Krasavina is away and almost under the posts for try number 2 for herself and for Kazakhstan. Really good finish, and Yeva Becker steps forward to take this attempted conversion. And the conversion is good, so 12 points to 0 with just under 2 minutes to go. So there's a real stiffening breeze now, and that's the second kick in a row that Kazakhstan has failed to get 10 metres. Keep giving Singapore the chance to come back at them from halfway. You feel that if Singapore have got any chance of winning the plate, they have to score next, and probably before half time. Foul Tio gives up the ball, ends up in the hands of Krasavina again, already hunting for her hat-trick. So Teleganova steps in field, keeps driving those legs. Abisheva picks the ball up. Pikujina off to Becker, who just puts on the afterburners, gets the ball down in the corner. Really good finish there by Becker. Just use her pace and power to glide round the outside, and the half-time hooter has gone. 17 points to 0 with the kick to come. Abisheva, tough kick from the right-hand side and into the wind. So that's it, half-time, 17 points to 0. It's not 45 points to 0 yet, Molly, but it looks like the game from yesterday evening has proved to be a good signal to how this game is going. It's been a long weekend for all of these ladies. Krasavina in with the first score. Easily in for the second. And then Singapore just lost that ball, popped it forward, and the third try in the first half there scored by Yeva Becker. So commanding first half, and I think coach Fabian Juries is now making his way from the field. Will be pretty happy with that performance. so
Now's the
far.
Time for break.
The Kazakh team manager there, my old friend Nurlan, once delivered me a fantastic bottle of
Wow.
Kazakhstan vodka to my desk. So big
Wow.
kick-off there from Victoria Chu.
Yes, I wanted to like comment. I was standing up for so long time sitting here all day long. Probably just stand up and see the game again.
So Kazakhstan, good run there from Pikachina.
No, it's still 17
Melnikova
to nail.
working in the tight channel here. Pikachina, good pass, and try scorer Krasavina is held up in midfield. And again, good step infield and just evading Pikachina, but she manages to scramble back, get the ball. Savina, and now it's a foot race. And that looks like Teleganova. Yes, it is Amina Teleganova. She scored multiple tries this weekend.
Wow. 22, right?
It is
Honestly.
22 with
22.
the kick to come, which is good. So 24 points to 0.
24 points now.
And maybe carrying an injury. We're yet to see Drobovskaya. She's played virtually all the minutes so far in the previous 4 games, but relegated to water carrier in the plate final. Singapore still fighting hard and win a penalty just outside their own 22, and they go quickly. Oh, good run here from Beverly Sim. Singapore recycling this ball and moving it out to the left. Krasavina, crunching tackle there. She hacks the ball forwards. But looks like there's been a small knock on
Oh,
there.
probably I should sit down or
But a great
against me.
great chase there from Krasavina. Made a really good spot tackle. Referee and AR. And Krasavina's being called over. And looks like she's been given a yellow card, and she opens her palms to the sky. Obviously wondering quite what she's done to deserve that. But so that's trying to make a substitution when the player was yellow carded. So a little bit of confusion here. The referee just holding the game up. So Kazakhstan reduced to, and sure enough, Drobovskaya comes onto the field. Not quite sure what's going on there. Not normal to allow substitutions to be made when the penalty is against you, but the officials allowing Kazakhstan to do that. So scrum feed now, Samantha Teo, who played a great semi-final earlier on today, had a couple of really long breaks. And there's Chanel Wang getting absolutely swamped on the far side, and illegally so. And they go quickly. Some weaving, running here. Some good work as Wang clears the ball. And Gracina was flying up on the outside, the Kazakh number 9. So some changes here for Singapore. Kuan coming on. So just under 2 minutes to go. This women's plate final. Oh, really hard line there from Stepan Yuga. Oh, just good straight running there, and the finish from Koisha Baeva. 29 points to 0.
29 points to 0.
So just brushes off the tackle. It has been a fairly comprehensive performance so far by the Kazakh women here. And a good kick, but no cigar on that occasion. Unable to convert her own try. There will be some tired bodies climbing onto planes and trains and automobiles tomorrow morning. Long trip back to Kazakhstan, and I guess an equally long trip back to Singapore. Probably some 6 hours flying at least on for both of them. So referee judges that Vern Tan from the BAC club. Her favourite player is South African World Cup winner Cheslin Colby. So Dromovskaya gets to put the ball in under some pressure there from Samantha Toe. Oh. Veronica Stepanuga will not be happy there. She just juggles that ball. Again, probably caught up on the breeze that's blowing quite stiffly behind Kazakhstan. So 29 points to 0. So this will probably be the last act of this plate final. Oh, great scrummage there from Kazakhstan against the head. So Stepan Yuga, that ball just drifting away from her again. So TV clock is out, but still no hooter in the background. There was a reasonably long break while they had some substitute issues. So Samantha Toe feeding this scrummage for Singapore. A good push from Kazakhstan, but an illegal one nonetheless. Koen, as Singapore try to flank. Past the UAE, and they get right out to the right edge. Now Beverly Sim getting caught up in midfield there. Tio gets well wrapped up there, but gives the penalty away. Some great work on the ground there by Savina. And Stepanuga finally through for the try.
Yeah.
So
34.
30, yeah.
34. Kazakhstan still nail for Singapore.
So this will be the final act of this plate semi-final or plate final. 36 points to 0 win for Kazakhstan over Singapore. So now we just have the medal matches to go.
Right.
2 bronze medal matches, then 2 gold medal matches. And home team China men will be next up against South Korea. So just watching the replay highlights there, Teleganova going in.
34 to 0.
Up next is the men's third place finals of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series Hangzhou, China.
即将进行的比赛是亚洲先至橄榄球
Some
系列
pretty
赛
powerful
杭
play.
州站男子组
Stepanuga finishing things
请
off.
持续关注。
Please stay tuned. So now it's time for the catching for the medal.
The big games.
Yes, the big games. Wow, we are in yellow.
色队服的是中国队，
And so
Wow,
here we
welcome
go.
back. Here we go.
是韩国队。
Wow.
The big game for the men.
Final.
So the bronze medal match,
男子组3-4名决赛，中国队
leading
对阵韩国
out
队
his side,
即将开始。
Chang Shun
Whoa.
Shan, the number 5. He's been outstanding all weekend so far for China, and also the man to look out for in the final is wearing jersey number 10 for China, Liu Liuda.
To use a flag to support Chinese team.
So there'll be a huge amount of support in the crowd here.
Wow, the audience seems very cheerful for our team. China fighting, China!
So Korea kicking off from right to left. Looks like this ball is going to come to the right.
Very high.
And
Whoa.
Liu Luda
Ah,
with an immediate lock on there. Seem to remember he made the same mistake in the Cup semi-final against Hong Kong.
I hope I have a flag right now.
So big cheers from the
Audience.
local partisan crowd
Right.
here as Kang feeds the ball. Korea
Korea.
all weekend have played this really hard combative game, but great work there from Chang Sun. So another penalty to China. Move this ball, and there's Luda. Good feet, gets
Whoa,
his
whoa,
hands
whoa.
through,
Oh,
but the ball just evades Hu, the number 7 for China. Luda has got great feet for a big man. So Kang with the feed to this line out. Oh, and a good ball there. Disrupted, and Chang Shun comes away with it.
oh my gosh. Wow, this pass is very confident. Wow.
Oh, some great work. And number 1, Yi, down the blind side.
5 score
Opening
for
score.
China.
And that has sent the crowd here into raptures. And just waiting, collecting himself. And the conversion is good.
Yeah.
China 7, Korea
China.
0.
China 7.
To say that this would be a popular win would be a huge understatement. Oh, and a really good bit of heads-up play there from China, spotting that Korea had not marked
Hold
up.
it, hold it.
So, more good play here from China, forcing this ball up.
Oh, oh.
Wide pass there,
Hold it tightly, China.
trying to use his pace.
China.
And here we have Chang Shun brings it
Ooh.
back.
Oh, oh.
China playing very patiently,
Dances. Yeah, right.
getting the ball to Liu Luda.
China! Woo! Dot. 5 score for China.
So Liu Luda showing those dancing feet as he skipped through the tackle there. We watched this, he just held the ball out, feinting to pass, and then just put the step on.
I'm just left running myself. Anyway.
And the conversion is good, 14 points to 0.
Yes,
Not
14.
even 5 minutes into the 14 of this final. And Liuda with a fantastic individual score there.
And, you know, the Chinese 7-man rugby team has developed very quickly in recent years. Wow.
So Korea in possession, but some really good defence here from China.
Ooh. Oh.
Some pretty aggressive play here.
Yes. Pretty aggressive. Oh. Korea. Oh my goodness, defensive.
So
Oh!
Kang knocks the ball on there. And
so now
Shin Hyo-min is rolling around on the floor. But miraculously he's up.
yeah.
But this gives Chang Shun, China captain, the opportunity to put the ball in.
And they have gained experience in international events such as the Olympic Games in Japan. Yes, and they're still improving and growing of the Chinese team. We will be more gradually competitive.
Certainly
team in
the
Asia.
China women are leading the way for the men. And the ball just through
China.
the grasp of the wide player there for China, Jiang. And replacement already there for Korea. Park going onto the field, replacing Shin.
20 seconds left. Oh my gosh.
It's been a very tidy start so far for China. And the ball bounces straight back into touch, but it's off a Korean player, so China will get one last chance in this first half. So pretty sure the hooter will go as soon as this ball comes into play. Good take from Lee.
Ooh! 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 China! Oh my goodness.
So great contact skills there from China. Luda running a hard decoy line there.
Ooh!
And there he goes.
There we go, China.
Lee Benshu.
Yeah, 19.
With
5 scores again.
With the try after the hooter. Gets a big well done from his skipper, who nails the extras, and that is 21 points to 0.
Right.
So China have put themselves into a prime position to win the bronze medal here in Hangzhou, having taken the silver in Incheon a few weeks ago in Korea. So
and now we have, and now we have 2 minutes break.
用热烈的掌声和助威声为双方运动员加油助威。首先是中国队，中国队。
probably hear in the background, the stadium announcer is revving up the local crowd here as we watch a replay of Yi Shenwei. Some robust play there. And this was where Liuda held the ball out in one hand and then just skipped through. Some great play here. And then just the little goose step on the outside. Kang was left grasping at thin air there as Lee Benshu scored try number 3, and skipper Chang Shun has been 100% with his kicks, so 21 points to 0.
The second half of the competition right now.
So the China skipper gets this second half underway.
Whoa.
Straight kick drops into the hands of the Koreans. Feints the kick, but skips through.
Oh my goodness.
But a good tackle back by China, spurred on by this local crowd.
Ooh. Oh! Hold again. Oh my goodness.
And Korea giving away the penalty there in the contact area. And it looks like they're calling for the scrummage.
So right now, referee
So there's an injury
yes,
to one of the China players
right.
down in back play. The crowd fairly contented, waving some flags, waving to the camera.
To the camera, yes, our enthusiastic audience from China.
So some running repairs for one of the China players.
Now we'll pause for some while.
So China won the penalty but have opted for a scrum feed. Chang Shun tries to take off quickly, but the referee brings him back.
The referee brings him back.
So places the ball on the floor. Oh, and a fantastic run here. Yi Zhuwen. And that is an absolutely fantastic chase back by Lee Yonggun, but in vain. The try has been awarded, and that was real wheels down the left touchline there from China number 1, Yi. So a real long-range try there for China, taking the score out to 26 points to 0 with a kick to come. This will be far and away the longest, hardest kick that China skipper has to make. Oh, and it's off the crossbar. could not have been any closer without going over. So 26 points to nil.
26 points to the nil.
China in absolute command of this bronze medal match here in Hangzhou. And again, a really clever short kick. But it's gone forwards.
Oh,
So Li Benshu sporting the new turban. And a little bit of afters.
Oh.
And players getting involved, in Liu Liuda being pulled away by his own players and for getting involved after the main altercation. In rugby, if you're the person to retaliate, you will be the person that receives the yellow card. And China quite sensibly bringing Liu Liuda from the field. He was getting a little bit excited, so just trying to calm the blood pressure. Good refereeing there, but absolutely no need for the Korean to come charging in there. Shin Hyo-min. So China 26 points up, and with a man advantage here, they keep probing this right hand side. So not rolling away. And who calling for the scrummage? Just drawing all of this Korean defence in as much as they can. Tight to this right hand touchline. As China just on the 22. Attacking the end with the massive video screen. Chang Shung with the feed. Clears the ball nicely to Huang. Oh, skipping through to the outside, going all the way. Hu Jianyi with a fantastic finish there. So some extra changes being made by China, trying to ensure that all of these players get to experience this final.
Wind is blowing.
So Chung Chun is awry with the kick, and it's 31 points to nil with about a minute to play. And the referee just having a word with Shin Hyo-min as he comes back onto the field, telling him to remain calm. Would have been interesting to see Liu Liuda play on a little bit. He was certainly, his blood was running hot. Good work there from Park, but intercepted. Some great fight there shown from Ma Gaojing. Some real fight there. The ball just passed to him. He was totally obliged to be there. There was no offside line. And he just kept fighting all the way and kept control of that ball, dotting it down under the posts. Chang Shun with an easy conversion, 38 points to nil. The bronze medal is well and truly in the bag for Team China here. And the referee just wanting the Korea player to come off the back of the pitch. been replaced. So time is pretty much out.
Yes. Wow. I'm afraid the margin is
It's a
pretty big.
fantastic take. Some really good contact skills being shown here.
Yeah. Wow.
And
38.2
shown,
nil.
and
China
that
wins.
is it. China wins the
China
bronze
wins
medal.
Bronze medal.
That's to go with their silver medal that they won in Korea.
The 38-0. The winner is Team China.
So some real pace and power there from the China men's team. And an awful lot of passion shown in that game as well.
Women's third place final. Team Hong Kong China and Team Thailand of Asia Rugby Under 17 Hangzhou China. Please stay tuned.
即将进行的比赛是亚洲七人制橄榄球系列赛杭州站女子组。
So the China team taking the acclamation of the crowd. So we are now down to 3 more games. 2 women's games and 1 men's game, which is the... And so here we are, bronze medal match for the women. Hong Kong, China playing in their change white strip against Thailand playing in their familiar yellow and blue.
Team Hong Kong China is in white.
China
Team Thailand is in yellow.
led out by skipper Chloe Chan. It's been a long, hard weekend for the Hong Kong China women. Played a pretty tough semi-final against the China women's team earlier on today. But this is it, bragging rights over Thailand. So China, or Hong Kong China, were the bronze medalists, sorry, the silver medalists in Korea a couple of weeks ago. And they will now be kicking off, playing from right to left. Thailand so far have looked like a really good team. Oh, good tackling back. And the referee immediately signalling a knock-on the ground there. So I'm sure these ladies, so looks like Vivian Poon was rested in the last game. He's back on at half-back. Stephanie Chan standing directly behind the scrummage here. And so Stephanie Chan forced out on the touchline. So throw into Thailand, around about 10 metres from their own line. So good high take in the middle of the line out there. Hong Kong marshalling the defence here. Oh, great slip pass there. The knock on in the tackle there by Sunday Ho. So scrummage about 12 metres from the Thailand line here. Yaron Nayut with the feed to the scrummage. The referee gives a free kick. Thailand immediately move the ball to the right. Good tackle back there, but that ball just drifting forward. So fantastic attacking opportunity here for Hong Kong China in the opening few minutes of this game. So Vivian Poon, USRC Tigers, will be making everybody there proud. Their CCOs, Connor Joyce and Nigel Hotham. Gracie Hood with that familiar drive, but no release on the floor. That's several times now that Hong Kong have been penalised for not getting to Gracie Hood as she hits those hard lines. Oh, and some fantastic work here. Thank you. The Valley faithful will be pleased to know that the world famous Valley old boy Rizwan Malik is bringing me a coffee in the commentary booth.
Yes,
which is
more pie. Enjoy.
Absolutely
Our
crucial to try and keep the energy levels up on a long day here. 16 games back to back.
Right.
But Vivian Poon with the feed. So far Hong Kong have contained Thailand inside their own 22. Chan, goes on the wide outside, but she's scragged down in a really good tackle. And that is great work there from Thailand. Fantastic tackle, released, and then immediately bounced up to her feet. Yodya.
They impressed me a lot, Team Thailand.
They're a very tidy, well-organised team.
Right. Organized team.
And quite a different team
No matter for men
that
or
played in Korea a couple of weeks ago. Oh, great, great disruption there from Chloe Chan. But the ball ended up still with Thailand. Thailand have got some pace in the wide channels there, and fittingly Yodya streaks down the field.
Oh my goodness.
She actually created that try with that great tackle and jackal to win the penalty down inside her own 22. So having been under pressure,
5 scores for Thailand just now.
inside their own 22, they break out and go the distance. Yodya has had pace all weekend. Favourite player is Michaela Blyde from the New Zealand Black Ferns, and that try that she just scored there, very, very familiar of Michaela Blyde.
Within 1 minute.
Good take there by Chloe Chan. Hong Kong come to the blind side. Vivian Poon wrestling that ball, and Maggie Ao Young, and yet again Gracie Hood on a hard line. Seems like many of the teams have read that and are able to get the jackal on top of her as soon as she goes to ground. So a big swing in momentum here, having been inside their own defensive 22 for most of the half, broke out, scored a try, and now Hong Kong seem to have pushed Thailand off the scrummage there. Great work.
Yeah, Hong Kong is pushing. I'm afraid.
So
time
off they
is
go,
almost up.
Namkar Man. Oh, great hands there from Chloe Chan.
Great hand.
Vivian Poon, Stephanie Chan, Maggie Ao Young steps inside, and oh, fantastic hands by Stephanie Chan there. Hong Kong getting pushed off that ruck there,
Yeah.
and just evading that despairing tackle. So Hong Kong maybe just overplaying that at the end there and getting pushed off the ball. Mi Chuk from the Royal Thai Air Force just on the hooter, extends the lead to 12 points to 0. And the kick is wide, so 12 points to 0 at half time. But some great counter rucking there from Thailand. And Hong Kong not being able to take advantage of the territorial pressure that they had in the first 5 minutes of that first half. I know that coach Andy Vilk will be asking them to reassess it. Just seeing a great tackle there on Vivian Wong. She was streaking down that left flank.
Yes.
And Yodya with the first try. Very powerful, quick athlete.
Athletes.
So this bronze medal game the last one before we get into the men's and women's gold medal matches.
Wow.
And the final game of the day is the one that everyone is waiting for, with China women taking on Japan. Big crowd in now, waiting expectantly in the main stand here. As about to kick off in this second half. Thailand, they go short and they get to the ball, but just knocked it on the floor. Nam Kar-man from USRC Tigers getting herself to that ball and forcing that knock on. Vivian Wong with the feed here. Hong Kong will definitely want to be the next to score here, but unfortunately it's all gone Pete Tong at the base of that scrum. Big pressure put on there by Wittayarong Nayut, and Vivian couldn't clear the ball, and the scraps were picked up, and the try was scored. So early in the second half, 17 points to 0. And a decent strike that hits the underside of the bar. So the score remains 17 points to 0. But the job just got a little bit harder for Hong Kong China. So Thailand mix it up. Sunday Ho takes that ball out on the left wing here, and she's been held up off the floor, technically from a kick, so she's pretty mad with herself for having stepped inside and getting held up there. So Etta Kwong replaces Vivian Poon. So Thailand come away with the ball. Mi Chuk with a great run there, but puts the ball on the floor. Stephanie Chan having a real go at that ball, trying to rip it out, but Thailand move the ball confidently, and they've outflanked Hong Kong again. That's Tip Man Isai, scores try number 4. Try number 4 for Thailand. And that was a very, very good score. First pulling Hong Kong to the left, then away to the right. Hong Kong now, Andy Vilk making some changes. The conversion is not successful, so 22 points to 0. And Man Chok leaving the field there, having fully played her part, and leaving the field for Hong Kong, one of the real superstars from Tigers, Maggie Ao Young, one of those players that you never die wondering whether she's given her all. Stephanie Chan getting stripped to the ball there. Not sure that there was an early release there, but a good score for Thailand there in the corner. And they really are now running away with this bronze medal match, which is nothing less than they deserve. They have played well all weekend. They actually managed to score a try last night against China, which was, I think, the only points that China has conceded so far this weekend. So it's real testament to the quality that they have. It's a deep kick. Skipper Chloe Chan competing for all she's worth, but the ball has been knocked forward on the floor there, and Chan gets up, hands on hips. She's certainly given her all in this game. As Winnie Siu comes on, Chan leaves the field. She's tried her heart out here all weekend, has led the side really well. As we said, the players coming from a wide range of clubs in Hong Kong: Club, Valley, Tigers, Football Club, and of course Gai Wu. And Yodja, with all that pace and power, squeezes round the edge, and that looks like try number 6 for this very, very accomplished Thai team. So about 33 seconds to go in the game. Jia-Eng Job with the conversion, and that's a really good strike, but just off to the right hand side of the uprights, so there will be time for one more kick-off here. So a low grubber kick, and it's well fielded there by Hong Kong. Opportunity for one last surge. So Gracie Hood pulls the ball out to penalty there. Chian Hoi Ning. It's definitely Chan. Ever the fighter. Hong Kong getting muscled off this ball here. Showing some good fight there. Gracie Hood goes to the outside, pops it inside to Chan. Now Wong from the Gai Wu Club trying to go on the wide outside. Winnie Siu as the hooter goes. Hong Kong recycle this ball. Now swinging it into the hands of Chan, who pops it forward on the boot. Has she got the legs here? The ball comes back to her. Hood takes it. Now Jamie Burke picks up the scraps. Is fighting hard here, and she drives forward. She gets real advantage there. Now Hong Kong. Somebody needs to run straight here. Wong Si Ying cuts back against the grain. Stephanie Chan almost away. And the ball goes loose on the floor, but Hong Kong have knocked it on, and Thailand are content to try and boot it into touch, and the referee decides that that is advantage over, and Gracie Hood picks up the scraps, and that's nothing less than Hong Kong deserve at the end of that game. Gracie Hood gets a consolation try under the posts. Some great endeavour shown. So she's all smiles, tries to kick out to touch, but the ball, that horrible rugby ball, bounces and stays in field. Some great work from Gracie Hood. And that is it. 32 points to 5. Thailand win the bronze medal, 32-7 over Hong Kong, China.
Ladies and gentlemen,
So a fantastic end to the weekend for the Thai and Hong Kong, China women. But we are now down to the absolute business end of the weekend. Just the gold medal matches to go. Years a fierce contest between these two sides. Hong Kong, China have missed out many a time on qualifying either for the Olympics or the World 7 Series. Japan are currently on. And so here we go. This is it. There is no more tomorrow.
Wow.
This is the final Hong Kong, China versus Japan.
Japan, right.
Both teams coming out. No running onto the field for this game. Being escorted out by the ball boy and ball girls. So James Christie leading out the Hong Kong China team, and Yoshizawa, the Japan team. And being a gold medal match, the national anthems of both teams will be played.
Hong Kong, China in white and Japan in red. Wow, so impressive. So each of them have this, like a little boy or girl.
For the anthem of Japan.
女士们、先生们，请起立，奏日本国歌。
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up to sing the song.
And the anthem of the People's Republic of China.
奏中华人民共和国国歌。
Flag of the People's Republic of China.
And the rousing anthems there. So the Hong Kong team
Republic of China.
garnering lots of home support here in Hangzhou, China. This gold medal match. It should be a huge matchup between two sides that have gone head to head year after year on the Asian 7 Series, World Series qualifiers and Olympic qualifiers.
And the competition between Hong Kong, China and Japan is about to begin.
So both teams unbeaten so far. So kicking off, playing from right to left, Hong Kong in their change white strip. Bryn Phillips bounces the ball a couple of times, and the ball is played out to the left hand side. Cal McCullough gets beaten to the ball, and Japan come away with the first ball. And a wide tackle there, Max Denmark holding his man up. Oh, and doing brilliantly there to bat the ball back. Harry Styles, McCullough on a hard line there. Some good defence. Says, arcing run, great defence. And there it is, skipper James Christie in with the opening score. There was some phenomenal heads-up play there by Max Denmark. Held the Japan player up, and as he released the ball, tried to pop it over the top, he batted it back on the Hong Kong side. Then after a couple of probing runs, Harry Sayers taking some yardage, Skipper James Christie sprung away down the blind side, and Jack Coombs is not successful with the conversion. So first blood in this gold medal match final to Hong Kong, China. So Phillips tries the same kick, landing just on the Hong Kong side. Sayers comes away with it. Phillips shaping like he was potentially going to kick the ball. Coombs has to get really low there to look after that ball. McCullough, bustling run. Finally brought down by Karevi. Phillips. And now the ball in the hands of Liam Doherty. Cuts infield. Coombs to Sayers. Sayers, oh, fantastic tackle back there. And now Phillips jinking inside, outside. Again, some phenomenal defence. Absolutely phenomenal last line defence from Japan, but they are unable to stop Harry Sayers. Coombs, a little flip pass, and Sayers safe as houses. So it's been an absolutely textbook start so far for Hong Kong, China. Sayers taking a well-earned drink there. Some fantastic lead-up play by Cal McCullough in the making of that try, but Coombs knocks over a difficult conversion. 12-0 to Hong Kong, China. So now Phillips lines up the other side. Oh, and a good take there by Japan. Shizawa, good tackle in the wide channel there by Phillips, and just the tiniest knock on. Great chop tackle by Phillips. Long time player for the Kowloon Rugby Club in Hong Kong, one of the older clubs. So Coombs with the feed, gets the ball to Denmark, looks to get on the outside, pops the ball back out, and a great take there. And as the ball goes loose, Callum McCullough does some excellent work there, but some great counter-rucking. And the ball is deemed to be an open play. Great opportunity here for Japan. They go quickly.
12 now for
And
China.
That is
5 for Japan.
a good score there. Good heads-up play, taking a quick tap ball. So as Denmark made the bust, he tried to put it out the back door, the ball hit the deck, and the conversion is good. So 12-7. It's very much game on here, and crucially Cal McCullough put his body on the line to get back for that
1.5 minutes
actually
left.
it's Harry Sayers who is somewhat struggling. Try scorer, and looks like Sayers walking off gingerly. So Harry Sayers in a little bit of trouble there. Fong Kit Fong helping him from the field there. So 12-7, just under a minute to play in this first half. High hanging kick, really well taken there. Phillips, and a knock on there by Liam Herbert. Great take there by Jack Coombs in the air, well lifted by James Christie. But Phillips ripping a ball out to the right edge there, just asking too much of Liam Herbert.
I'm afraid the time is almost up. 10 seconds left. Right now is 12 for Hong Kong, China, 0.27
So
Japan.
this last play, Coombs trying to get amongst it. Yoshizawa over that,
over there.
and Japan getting the ball into the hands of Karevi. Oh, another good tackle there by Herbert. These are two sides that look confident when they've got the ball in their hands. Hong Kong not over chasing that. Bryn Phillips getting in. Maybe just a little bit too quickly. Referee didn't adjudge that tackle had been completed. So this will be last play. Liam Herbert making a real pest of himself here. And Japan have the ball. Some real last-ditched efforts. Karevi getting it up to Yoshizawa. Japan holding this. Cal McCullough over chase there. And an equalising score there for Takamichi Nakano. So this is a great comeback from Japan, having been 12-0 down. They level the scores just after the hooter, but they have the kick to come. Yoshizawa from wide out on the left touchline. Steadies himself. It's a pretty good strike, but it's away, so half-time, honours even.
So will we have an extra?
Long way to go yet. We don't need to talk about extra time just yet, but if it were level at the end, we would have extra time. So the two coaches, both very, very experienced, 7s and 15s players.
Athletes for each group. Hong Kong, China, and Japan.
So Phil Greening, the coach in the middle of the huddle for Japan. He's been here many a time before, and Jevon Groves. In fact, Jevon and Phil would probably have played against each other for Wales and England. So fantastic start for Hong Kong, but then just giving away a couple of penalties. Was some really good defence there from Cal McCullough, but he got turned inside out in the end. So a great finish. So Japan will kick off this second half, honours even, 12 points apiece. And huge cheers in the background from the local crowd getting in behind Hong Kong, and the ball bounces neatly up for Japan. Jack Coombs with some dancing feet there, some great work from him. Now Liam Doherty to Liam Herbert, looks to the outside of Karevi, who mows him down. And a penalty for the high tackle, seatbelt tackle on Herbert. Hong Kong play the ball quickly. Cal McCullough chopped down in a tackle there. Phillips gets the ball to Denmark, who gets it to Herbert. Steps in field. Liam Herbert, known as the rubber man. And Denmark staying really strong in that tackle. And now the ball with skipper Christie. He steps in field. And Liam Herbert. Oh, fantastic handoff there from the big man. There was some real endeavour about what Hong Kong did there. Great footwork by skipper Christie, who put Herbert into the clear, but Herbert had a lot of work to do. He just cleverly waited for the tackler to come to him and then got a really good handoff right in the middle of the chest.
Oh, and lead.
Crucially,
Japan.
Jack Coombs misses that conversion, so just a 5-point margin. And now Hugo Styles has been brought onto the field. Phillips goes deep here and goes too far. Obviously hoping that that ball would hold up on the breeze. Maybe trying to catch Japan out with that deep kick. But Japan now have an opportunity on halfway. Showed great endeavour when in possession of the ball in the first half. Hong Kong chasing hard there. They've now brought the ball out to this right flank. Some good defence, but the ball back up into the hands of Karevi. Oh, and Cal McCullough. And an interesting call from the referee there. McCullough was well onside. So they will have a look at this on the TMO. There was some doubt as to whether or not Liam Doherty made a good tackling goal there and possibly forced it. The ball has to be put down in the field of play. If it touches the back line, it will not be a try. But it looked good on the initial run through, but the referee, who crucially called Cal McCullough offside when he made that interception, but McCullough had decided to blitz hard. I think he was well behind the ruck when the ruck was made and the ball slipped out to Karevi. Slow pass to him, and then McCullough went really hard at the ball. So TMO taking their time. This will be a crucial decision. And it looks like it's coming through. And it looks like it could be a try. Oh, no try! So a 22 here. 22-metre dropout, so Hong Kong, China have dodged a bullet there. Doherty with that fantastic try-saving tackle there. So Phillips high hanging kick. Denmark bides his time. Hong Kong being forced to the right edge of their defence. Christie in with a tackle. Karevi steps inside. Hugo Styles, this pendulum style defence going from side to side. Japan really confidently in control of this ball here, and they put a fantastic kick through here, and that is a very, very good score. Real heads up rugby there, and a fantastic finish. The ball bounced up neatly, great kick through there. The ball bouncing up, just bides his time, no sweeper at home. Fantastic score. So the scores are level, 17 apiece. Kick to come from wide out, but a little bit of help from the breeze. So it's a scruffy looking old kick, but it bends in on the wind. So with just over a minute to go, Japan hold a slender 2-point lead, 19 points to 17.
Margin is so...
Oh, and Karevi plays that ball. It gives Hong Kong a lifeline. The ball flung forward to Bryn Phillips. Hong Kong China will now have a free kick on halfway. Skipper Christie takes control, drops the ball, and there's some call coming in from the touch judge. Not quite sure what is happening here, but Joshua Karevi had obviously said something to the touch judge and has been critically awarded a yellow card. So Japan will have to play out the rest of this game with only 6 men and Hong Kong in possession of the ball.
Now we only have
So this is a
seconds.
crucial end to this game.
Yeah.
That is an absolutely terrible mistake for Karevi to make. It was clearly not a good kick. And Denmark in possession of the ball, trying to bump the man off, but a good tackle on Denmark there. And Matteo Avitibale. And again, Japan have been penalised there. James Christie streaking away.
Oh, wow. 22,
And
wow, so crucial time.
A fantastic score from the skipper.
22 points.
And
to
it'll be
19.
interesting to see whether there is time for a restart.
Oh my
But
gosh.
James Christie making absolutely sure.
That's so incredible.
And Hugo Styles with the kick, which he nails.
Wow.
And it looks like the referee is going to come back for a kickoff for Hong Kong. So this is an absolutely crucial restart. The hooter goes, and Styles kicks the ball into touch. That is absolutely fantastic heads up rugby from Hugo Styles of the Valley Club. I know Mother Belinda, Father Tim will be punching the air with delight, but what a fantastic at the death score by skipper James Christie. And Karevi is remonstrating with the referee, and obviously it was a crucial decision that led to the yellow card for Joshua Karevi, but gold medalists, Hong Kong, China, back-to-back wins in Korea and here in Hangzhou, China. They've played well all weekend, and without doubt, Japan and Hong Kong were the pick of the crop. And Christie confidently raising a finger when he was about 5 meters out. And Phil Greening, the Japan coach, offering warm congratulations to the Hong Kong players there. That is an absolutely epic gold medal match. And your winners, Hong Kong, China. And here we go.
Here we go.
The big game. Japan versus China women. China women, red hot favourites. Skipper Dodo from Jiangsu.
Near to Hangzhou, actually.
Number 15 in the front of the line, wearing the familiar red. And the China women all smiles. So far, they have been absolutely supreme across both days, and both sets of ladies make their way out, flanked by ball boy and ball girls
from both countries.
It's awesome to see. And Asia's #1 sevens referee, Craig Chan, will be taking charge of this game. So China in their familiar red.
China in red, yes,
and
right. Japan in white.
So, being a final, we will be having the anthem. Second time we get the People's Republic of China anthem. First for Hong Kong men.
and the anthem of Japan.
奏日本国歌。
We now get on with the business end of the competition and what the crowd have come here waiting for. The China women's team packed with 6 of their Olympians from Paris, and so a real uphill struggle for the Japan team here. China have been absolutely supreme all weekend and will want to finish this off with a big win here this afternoon in front of their adoring home crowd here in Hangzhou.
Final competition is about to.
And so kicking off from right to left, China in their familiar red shirts, Japan in their change white shirts.
Yes.
So big things expected of this China women's team.
Chinese team.
High hanging kick. China just managed to recover that. Great work. Dodo rips the ball infield.
Whoa.
And no one at home. And a big chase on here.
Wow. Chinese team has already held the ball. Oh, steal a little bit. Wow.
And offside there. Great play. And an early score there from Wang Wanyu. Again, some good heads-up play there, putting the ball on the toe. But Wang Wanyu there just forcing her way through. And referee Craig Chan on hand. So the roof about to go off the stand that we were in here. So Chen Kei.
So right now China scored 5.
Great attempt. So try scorer and Chen Kei, both Olympians in Paris.
Wow. Cannot
stress the quality of this China women's team, who will be playing on this year's World Series, playing around the world with the best women's teams.
Really high handing kick. Wow. So fierce right now.
The ball didn't quite pop up for China there as they had hoped, and a knock on, but they are deep in the Japan 22. So some great work there. Japan fighting for their lives here, but China in possession. China ripping this ball from left to right. Great wraparound there by Dodo. Chen Kei working hard to stay in field. Great work moving the ball from right to left. And Gao, score of 5 tries in that semi-final, holds the ball up. And Chen Ying
5 scores again for China, 10.2 now.
So some great work there, great angle of running there from Chen Ying.
She holds the ball tight, Steve. Now we still have 3.5 minutes.
And a great effort, but the score remains at 10-0. So Japan have had a fantastic weekend here, but they have run into this juggernaut that is the China women's sevens team. So we can expect another high hanging kick here.
Yes, expect high hanging kick. Ooh.
Well, and the ball evades everybody and bobbles into touch. Looks like it's come off a Japanese hand, and so will be a China throw. So no let up in the pressure whatsoever for this Japan team. But they may have just got their hands on this ball, and they get possession of the ball. Some great play here from Japan, who we must stress are also a fantastic team. Their women's team is also on the World 7 Series. So referee Craig Chan offering them a penalty in 2 different places. Coming back over to this left-hand touchline closest to the main grandstand. And Takahashi good carry into contact there. And no clear release from China, putting their hands on the floor beyond the ball.
Still have 1 minute.
So opting to take the kick to touch.
So now referee
so throw into the line out there, doubling round. Oh, and a really hard line there.
Yeah.
Some real committed play from the Japanese, and some really good hands here, asking some questions of this China defence. But no dent in the defensive shape of China so far. Great ball on the inside. Oh, and that is some fantastic play.
Goodness.
And Japan queuing up on the outside there, and Akita with a crucial score there.
Yeah.
Really asking some questions of China there. And with the kick to come, they've cut the deficit to 5 points.
10.
So the conversion is wide for Japan. So as we come into half-time, China 10, Japan 5. So both coaches will have plenty to say to their ladies teams here.
For each country.
So there's one of the initial tries in the first half for China. And then some great defensive work here from the Japanese, fighting for their lives. Some great work from both teams, some really precise play. But at the end, there were plenty of women queuing up for Japan, showing a huge amount of ambition and courage to keep going. And that was the China second try, scored by Chen Ying. So at 10 points to 5, having scored the final try of the first half, I'm pretty sure the Japan ladies team will be buoyed, and coach Kanematsu will be happy with the way that they have finished that first half. China now moving to the left-hand side of the screen and will be receiving the kickoff from Japan. So with 7 minutes to play, the gold medal is on the line. Referee Craig Chan starts the second half. And Japan come up with the ball. So they'll get the first opportunity to attack in this second half.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Good tackle there. So this Japan team, a really good line and a wraparound there. And Japan are in at the corner to level the scores, 10 apiece. And that has quietened down the crowd here at Hangzhou. We're here in the Athletics Stadium. But now they have been spurred into action. Many calls of Gai Yao. It was fantastic to hear them cheering the Hong Kong China team in the men's gold medal match. And that is a very good kick, but is just to the left of the flag, or the left of the uprights. So Taniyama will now kick off, and after 8.5 minutes play so far in this game, we're all locked up at 10 points apiece. And a penalty as Japan guilty of knocking on the player in front playing the ball. China being asked some questions in this game, but they win a second penalty. And Yang Feifei trying to cheekily scoot away there. And it looks like China will call for the scrummage here. You can actually feel the tension in the crowd. It's like electric here in the stands. So Yang Feifei feeds the ball under a lot of pressure from her opposite number, and she scoots away. Dodo, good hands there. And Dodo gets the return pass. Showing her absolute class there. I think she feels she was taken a little bit high. But I think referee Craig Chan is happy enough with that.
Wow.
Great inside pass, wrapping around there, feinted to the outside and then just relaxed and eased in and caught one fair and square in the chops there. And Chen Kei. It looks like referee Craig Chan is maybe asking the TMO if there's to be any further action there. Maybe considered a bit of a late shot. But I feel the Japanese player had all rights to try and do what they could to disrupt that. And I'm not sure if there's any question about the grounding of the ball. But he's certainly asking Chen Kei to hold up with the conversion attempt, and the Japan players hoping upon hope. And the try is given. Oh, and it looks like a yellow card has been issued, and that will probably lead to the restart being a penalty from the halfway. So Chen Kei crucially and under pressure nails the conversion. 17-10, China over Japan, who will now get to take a penalty on halfway. So they can ask for the scrummage, and they do. So crucially, the last few minutes of this second half, Japan will have to play with just 6 players. Yang Feifei gets the ball to Dodo. She gets the ball back in field, but the assistant referee rules that that ball was in touch. Referee Craig Chan talking to the AR, and he's crucially given a penalty. Oh no, scrummage. Looked like he was raising an arm above his head, so it's a knock-on. And now Sujasaki from the Nagato Blue Angels comes on at prop. And a change at halfback, Kang Tian. So a slender 7-point lead with under 2 minutes to go. So the ball bouncing, and skipper Dodo takes the ball. China come back to this blind side. Joe steps in field. Some great handling here. Dodo showing some feet. China move the ball to the left now. Yan Mei-ling strides through the first tackle, but holding on the floor there. Referee Craig Chan awards the penalty to Japan. Just about
1 minute.
a minute to go, and fresh legs for Japan. Takahashi coming back onto the field, and Ishida. So Japan need at least one converted score to bring the scores level and force extra time. China, for the time being, holding their shape. Some good footwork there, and China standing firm, bouncing out, everybody on their feet. pressing this Japan line, and a good ball on the inside. Japan keeping this ball alive, dancing in and out. Sujasaki recovers the ball. And she's forced to go for it. Steps inside, and a great tackle. And there's a penalty coming for Japan. And a yellow card. This could be crucial.
Yes.
Jo Yan. So Japan are back to the full complement, 7 strong. China now have to defend for their lives with 6 people. The stadium clock is out. Sujasaki reaches the line. And wide out. And a really good score wide out from number 17, Gao. It means that this conversion has to go over. She has kicked well all game, in fact all weekend. Oh, and it is a fantastic kick, and it is over. 17 all.
17 all.
What a final we are being treated to. And referee Craig Chan had already told them that there would be a restart. So everything hanging on this restart kick. High hanging, and China takes the ball. China in possession, but with 80 metres to go. Cannot afford to give this ball up. Chen Kai-yi. China have known this pressure, and there she is. China skipper Dodo. And an absolutely phenomenal end to this gold medal match. And so fitting that Dodo, the China skipper, scores a fantastic score from deep inside her own half. And Chen Kai-yi nails it, and the crowd goes wild.
24.
So 24-17, a fantastic game for a gold medal match. Japan absolutely played their full part in what was a pulsating final and a pulsating 2 days of rugby. So we say a big thank you. Molly, if you just want to say goodbye to the fans at home.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching today's live streaming. I'm so happy to spend time with you guys together. Thank you very much for watching, and thank you, my partner,
And
Cookie.
thank you, Molly. And that is a fantastic 2 days of rugby. China women running out gold medal winners, and in the men's, Hong Kong, China taking out the gold. A repeat of the results from round 1 in Korea. So a big thank you to all of us here in Hangzhou, China.
Yeah, congratulations, China.
Thank you. What a final.
19届亚运会将于9月23号开幕。
目前，中央广播电视总台。
哎，你来啦！
这个地方，对，是这个地方吧？
家人们，这个是径山茶，也是我们今天给到大家非常非常棒的福利。
2个月就熟了，这个大米就是这里种出来的，你看。
哎，这是我们最新设计的包装。哎，你看这个是很高级的，显得很有档次啊。
那你看那边。
芦花两岸晴山雪，调水一溪春转红。 见你真好。
好美的风景。
我想留下来。
爸爸，我们再多待一会儿吗？
好的。这里遇见未来，祝大家年年有余。
余生有你，真好。